morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala, Mbuvi. The time right now is 6:01 and 27 seconds. In studio kama kawaida is myself and City Muga. This is the People's Breakfast. City, jana nilikuacha kwa haraka kwa dharura nikakimbia mali nilikuwa nakimbia. Nilikuacha kwa namna gani?
Uliacha kama niko mzima.
Haukuwa na shida yote mahali popote.
Sikuwa nayo. Kana nyumbani kapumzika vizuri.
Naam.
Na mambo yalikuwa shwari.
Ukala lunch, ukala sapa, ukafanya shughuli zako, ukaingiza pesa. Ukatengeneza mkwanja. There's someone who told me in this life there's nothing else.
Sababu sentence ndio hiyo naiunda na wewe unanijalizia.
No, nataka yani ndio uconfirm hizo vitu zote nilikuuliza.
Hapana bwana, hiyo kuunda pesa ndio haikufanyika bwana.
Hukuunda pesa?
Hapana, jana. Hapana.
Jana kusema kweli nilipoteza hela, si kupoteza yani, lakini nilitumia hela nyingi sana. Kwa shughuli ambazo nilikuwa nafaa kufanya.
Lakini ulikuwa umepangia, sio?
Zilikuwa ndio, but ni shughuli ambazo si lazima ningazifanya, but ilibidi nizifanye.
Lakini zilikuwa za muhimu, sio?
Tuseme zilikuwa na umuhimu fulani, lakini ingalikuwa ni up to me.
Mbona majibu ina visababu vingi hivi?
Kwa sababu ingekuwa up to me, singefanya.
Ingekuwa
if it were up to me.
So kwa ufupi waniambia ya kwamba mambo haya ambayo tunayazungumzia
ndio ni kama yani unajua zile vitu unafanya kwa sababu you gotta do.
Basi yani yaenda ikawa, sio?
Naam.
Basi nimekuelewa.
Yani nilifanya mambo ambayo yani you gotta do, but yani if it were up to you, you wouldn't do. Waona sasa shida iliingilia hapa, lakini at the end of the day tunashukuru Mungu na tunasema it is what it is, na life iendelee. Sasa tutafanya nini? Sababu sasa Paulo alipata lazima ufanye.
Ndio hivyo.
Have you ever received a phone call and then you regret receiving that phone call? Because it is a phone call either asking for money, borrowing money, or forcing you to spend money. So I received such a phone call yesterday and I regretted answering that call.
Lakini si ulituliza mambo hapo?
Ndio.
Basi ndio. Si ni pesa? Basi. Pesa uzuri wake ni huu. It doesn't matter what you do at some point,
right.
Utaitumia. Okay?
That one I agree.
And secondly, ukiwa kwenye tuseme ajira kama hii yetu, pesa zingine zitakuja.
Naam.
Sawa.
Na tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu
because sio kuna wengi nafasi hii hawana.
Naam.
Na wangependelea sana wawe nafasi kama hii lakini hawana.
Kabisa. Na tunasema tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu nafasi tumepewa, wengine hawajapewa, na tunawaombea wale hawana ili waweze pia kujipata katika nafasi kama ile, ili kila mtu afanye nini? Afurahie. It is the first day of October 2025. A big shout out to every single person who's celebrating their birthday today. Happy birthday. And if you are, why don't you let us know? We might actually give you that shout out on air live. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, kila mahali tunapatikana pale. For instance, right now you can watch us live on rgk.co.ke. You can also watch us live on Facebook. You can also watch us live on X, and you can also find us live on YouTube. That is at Radio Generation Kenya. Once you do that, kuna pale live chat session, you can get in there and tell me, oh, it's my birthday today, or it's my girlfriend's birthday, it's my husband's birthday, it's my father's birthday, it's my mother's birthday, it's my yani whoever you're celebrating. Let us know, and we shall definitely give that person a shout out. Speaking of what we are celebrating today, I have just found something very interesting, and this one, City might actually, what is it called? Might relate to it. Do you know what it is today, City? 1st of October. It's International Day of Older Persons.
Okay.
That is according to the United Nations. They're celebrating, folks who are older. So I don't know what they mean by older, because someone who's older than me by a year is older. So I celebrate everyone who's older than me.
You preface that thing. Well, CT would relate to this thing.
Because you're older than me. Because you're older than me. So, big shout out to all my bosses as well, because they're also older than me. But since I'm with City in the studio, International
So essentially, you're
Older
saying that
Person
since
Day.
I'm in the studio with
Yes, because you're the only
with age personified.
Yes,
I am doing very well here.
It's because I think everyone else outside this studio might, and I'm putting because I don't know everyone else.
There's no might. I'm older than all these people.
But for me, I'm saying I might be older than everyone outside the studio today.
Well,
at this particular time. Of course, when kuna wengine wataingia baadaye, maybe watanipita miaka.
Sawa basi. So, watu older. See, oldest, older.
I do because wanaita International Day of Older Persons. But if we want to assume that they mean what they mean, I mean probably they mean the elderly, folks who are in their retirement age plus. Yeah, you're not retired, so clearly tutakutoa kwa hii bracket.
Unajaribu sana bana.
Tutakutoa kwa hii bracket.
Suseme tu kilicho.
But City, having lived for as long as you have lived and seen what you have seen, do you sometimes feel as though there's much more to be achieved? Or because me, sometimes that's one of my biggest fears, that I might get to a certain age, like, you know, in 60s and above, and I'd be like, wow, there's so much I didn't do in my 20s, 30s,
there's
40s,
always that.
50s.
There's always that, but then there's the counter logic of reality. Even if you were taken back to that time, where's the guarantee that you do things differently? That is always a question. That's the first thing. Secondly, one of the things about age is at every stage of your life, when you're in your 30s and you think of getting to 40, you wonder, whoa, man, that's old. And you get to 40 and you ask, what is the fuss about?
Yeah.
Then 50 now looks like 50 ni nyingi. And part of the reason was because there was a time in this country, 50 was a retirement age, 55. A mistake if you ask me.
Yeah.
Someone's actually 50. That person is now beginning to peak in terms of their ability, their prowess. 60, ancient, kabisa. Then you get to 60. Apart from a few aches and pains in one or two places, you're wondering, what the hell is the fuss about? Okay? So at that point now you become philosophical. So 70 stops bothering you. The only thing that may be a bit of an encumbrance is if your health starts doing a thing on you. But if not, you're actually very happy to be that age because, one, you're calmer. You've seen enough for you to understand that most of the things that you used to worry about, you need not have worried about them. You could have handled and managed them without necessarily worrying. Those are some of the realities that hate you.
Well, so sometimes I just tell myself that during my 20s, to be honest, I made a lot of money, and I spent it in ways that right now I'm thinking perhaps I could have spent it better. But it's not really a regret per se, because I feel like what I did, I had to do for me to mature out of it. But I'm thinking, unajua kuna saa zingine unakaanga hivi unasema, if only I had X amount of money, I would have done this and this and this. Then you remember in your 20s, you actually had that every single month, you know. But nonetheless, like I said, I feel like if I hadn't done what I did in my 20s, I'll probably do it in my 30s. So, liwe liwalo. I just hope that when I get, past my 60s, I won't be like, hey, in my 40s I could have. In my 50s I could have.
Of what benefit is regret? Let me ask the question. Of what's the benefit? Reminiscing, I understand. Trying to learn from the past and trying to just look critically and realistically about the past is important, because then that's how you get informed about the very things you're saying, what you could have done, what you shouldn't have done.
Right.
The truth is, at a certain point in time, the drive to do certain things is important. The need to spend money. You see, you are experiencing independence that you've never experienced before, and a lot of it is now fueled by the money you now have. You can do things that you couldn't do. It is important that you do these things at that point in time. Because if you don't, and you start doing it in your 40s, that will be a colossal mistake.
Yeah.
Yes. So there are things that you want to do, and if you are driven to do them, by all means do them. And get out of it.
Yeah.
Every age, it's permissible to do certain things at a certain point in time.
Yeah.
And as you get older, just the responsibility and the maturation that you undergo militates that you actually now look at life differently.
True.
Yes.
True. All right. Point well taken. There's someone who's told us, first of all, Happy New Month. That is... oh, wait, I know who that is. Then there's Shem Ondara, listening from Seattle in Washington State, the United States of America. Shem Ondara thank you so much for joining us this particular morning. And we say big shout out to you, the people of, and God bless Kenya, and God bless the people of Seattle, and God bless America as well. There's a Nyaboke. Nyaboke, habari asubuhi. I hope kila kitu iko sawa. Na ametuambia, this is Nyaboke. It's my husband's Geoffrey Mogaka's birthday together with his twin brother Bernard Barongo. Please ask City to sing for them. Tell him I love him so much. Hi, City. Remember we imbie.
I am really not much of a singer, but a request like that, let me croak my way through 2 lines.
So you're singing to Geoffrey Mogaka and then Bernard Barongo.
Geoffrey
Mogaka.
Bernard.
Bernard Barongo.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Geoffrey and Bernard. Happy birthday to you.
How old are you now?
Miss Yenduko. The happy birthday
it has been
sung.
Delayed.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa.
Yes.
Big shout out to Bernard and Mogaka, and big shout out to Nyaboke. A big shout out also to Shem Ondaro listening all the way from Seattle. If you're listening to us from the United Kingdom, let us know. Germany, kila mahali popote pale mlipo, we shall definitely acknowledge your listenership. In Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM, Mombasa 90.7. Uko nayo methali siku ya leo, bro?
Yes, ya mwisho kutoka the
Zimbabwe.
Bazaruto archipelago. It's in Mozambique. Okay, and I told you it's a group of 6 islands. Okay, it's interesting. The coast, southern Mozambique. Okay, right. The leech that does not let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land.
The leech that doesn't let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land.
It's a blood sucker, this creature.
I know the leech.
Yes.
Yeah. Nasty little creature.
Yes. There are ticks also that do that. They suck blood. And when they are full and they're nice and rotund, they sort of like drop off. This is very apt. If you know about ticks, you know about leeches. And leeches are found in water. Once they've sucked adequate blood, they drop off. Yeah. But usually they're still near water.
And wait for the next victim.
Precisely. But if it makes the mistake of just sticking there, and the person walks away from that marshy, watery area, it falls on dry land, it won't survive.
Of course. It's a wrap.
It is a complete wrap. The leech that does not let go, even when it is filled, dies on dry land.
Awesome one. It tells you also, there's another one in English, wanasemanga, a good dancer knows when to exit the dance floor, the stage. Yeah.
This one, I think it relates to people who may be in a position where they're onto a good thing. Everything on this planet is seasonal. And you must understand it doesn't go on forever. And if you think it does, when we look at the headlines today, you'll find that story begins to make sense. You may think you have gotten away with something, but you haven't. It comes back to bite you at the time you least need
expect.
Yes.
True story.
Right.
All right. It is now 14 minutes past 6 o'clock. Shout out to Tony Ochieng, Morning City and Mbuvi, watching live from Masinde Muliro University. Watu wa Masinde Muliro, tumepokea salamu zenyu na tunashukuru sana mumeweza kujiunga nasi siku ya leo. It's time for us to get on to rgk.co.ke and see what's trending there in terms of not music, but in terms of news that has been making headlines in the last couple of hours. So if you're there with us, let's start off with the first story. Strong earthquake in central Philippines kills 26 and injures scores. This one is by Tanya Wanjiku, posted about an hour ago. A powerful earthquake struck central Philippines late Tuesday, killing at least 26 people and injuring more than 140 as rescuers scrambled to reach those trapped under collapsed buildings. The 6.9 magnitude quake hit near the northern tip of Cebu Island at 9:59 p.m. local time, shaking communities and leaving widespread damage in its wake. Officials warned that the death toll could rise as search teams continue their work. Sometimes I usually say that in Africa it's like God knew na akatuepusha na vitu kama earthquakes and tsunamis, because I feel like we can't handle some of these disasters. But some places like Asia, a little bit of Latin America, they have experienced many of these particular quakes, tsunamis, and other disasters. They have sort of adapted. Hapa Afrika tukigongwa na tsunami, mimi naona ni kama tunaweza kaa hivi tushangae what next.
It is very true. It is very, very true. The thing about these regions that have these problems, if you look at Japan,
yes,
it's predominantly an earthquake-prone area. The in centrality. Usually, you will find that these earthquake zones also are next to a very huge water body. Japan is a series of islands, so really they are the heart of it.
Yeah.
When they talk about the Earth's crust and the movements from the Earth crusts, first of all, the tsunamis that you talk about, the movement, the tectonic and the teutonic movements, apparently that shift is what now makes the waves begin to sort of like roll, and then they acquire momentum together with the wind that then accompanies them.
Yeah.
These countries have adapted. They have used the God-given human ingenuity to find ways of living with these earthquakes. Japan, for instance, have technology that bends with the movement of the earthquake.
Yeah.
So you'll find a high-rise building. It shakes. The building moves with it. Nothing happens. No cracks, nothing. Meaning they've taken the time to understand how to live with the consequences of the environment in which they live in.
Actually, the one you're mentioning in Japan, I saw a documentary recently where they've now started constructing buildings that have that are constructed on hydraulics, such that when you're seeing when the earth moves left, right,
it moves left, right.
There. So unapata hapa chini, and I was like, and it's an entire skyscraper, maybe the size of Times Towers, and it's built on and I wonder the kind, but because of how long they've experienced these particular problems, they've done trial and error,
and they've realized here we need to do something about it.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, the interesting thing about human ingenuity and what makes it fascinating is like the case you mentioned, when you can see how it benefits humanity, then you know this is a good thing. This is truly a good thing. Yes.
Nyumba imejengwa na chassis kama ya gari.
Bwana we. Na iko na soka mzoba. Unajua soka mzoba?
Shock absorber.
Soka mzoba.
Yes. Even the watu ushago nasimanga soka mzoba yakwa ni adhoka. Yeah, to the folks of Peru, man, that's quite sad, and we sympathize with them. Now, there's a story here coming from our neighbors Batotoba, Congo. Hii imeandikwa na Rose Ochieng, also published less than an hour ago. They're saying that former Congolese President Kabila sentenced to death for war crimes. Yes. Former Democratic Republic of Congo President Joseph Kabila has been sentenced to death in absentia for war crimes and treason. The charges concern accusations that Kabila has been supporting the M23, a rebel group who have wreaked devastation across the country's eastern region. Kabila was convicted on Friday of treason, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, including murder, sexual assault, torture, and insurrection. He rejected the case as arbitrary and said the courts were being used as an instrument of oppression. His current whereabouts are unknown. The 54-year-old led DRC Congo for 18 years after succeeding his father, Laurent, who was shot dead in 2001. Kabila handed power to President Felix Tshisekedi in 2019, but they later fell out, and Kabila went into self-imposed exile in 2023. I read somewhere, and you know, sometimes some of these things you read them and you're not even sure whether they're true or not, but I read somewhere that when President Kabila, now the young Kabila the second, if I may call him, when he was handing over power to Felix Tshisekedi in 2019, apparently someone else had won that election, but because of whatever arrangement they had, he decided to overthrow the legitimate person who had won the election and gave it to Felix, because he thought maybe Felix would be favorable to him and his past and be like, you know what, bro, don't worry, I got you. You know, you go retire in peace, hasta la vista. But now the same person he gave power and trusted him with that power is the same person who apparently has made it possible for him to be convicted, found guilty, and now been sentenced to death.
Actually, let's be fair to the news that we are reading and ask ourselves, were there things that this president did in his time that could not stand the cold white light of truth.
President Kabila?
Yes. That country has been in turmoil for a very long time.
Oh, yes.
The interests in that country are many. The South Africans have an interest. The French have an interest. The Americans have an interest. The Belgians have an interest. The Kenyans have an interest. The Rwandese have an interest. Okay? As to who becomes the leader, locally, Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania would have a very big say as to who it is who becomes president.
I would think it's the people of DRC.
Oh, no. They will do their thing.
They will go to the ballot, they'll vote.
Yes, but remember, DRC is a huge country with many provinces, which are in essence fairly semi-autonomous. The militia that you hear of exist within these provinces.
The M23.
And the like. They are not the only so-called militia group. Okay? So, the point I'm trying to make here is this. Anytime there's militia activity and you hear drums of war being beaten and you hear cries of war sort of like being cascaded, what it tells you is that that is a place that is mineral rich. That's what it tells you. And Congo, DRC, has been in the throes from before independence to independence, and the reason is precisely that. Its mineral wealth attracts all manner of people who clearly do not seem to have the interest of that country at heart. They have their own interests. Okay? So they will support whoever it is who they think will enable them to get what they want. When I say Kenya, DRC, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda to some degree have a say in it, believe me, they do. They do. Because when there's turmoil in DRC, people flee. Where do you think they go to? It's their neighbors.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Batoto ba Kongo bamejaa huku Kenya.
And when they flee, if they were militia, they tend to flee with their weapons.
Yeah.
In the time,
and then they become a problem to the countries they have gone to.
Yes. When Museveni took over Uganda,
very
many of Idi Amin's people moved towards the area of Karamajong. It took very, very many years for President Museveni to quell the unrest in that region.
Yes.
Karamajong borders Pokot. What do you think then would happen? The proliferation of arms just crossed the border. That border is the line which we have in our head. Those people just cross the border just like
they literally just walk.
Precisely.
It's like going to the shops.
Yes. You don't want instability in your neighboring country because it will flow over to your own country.
True.
So we do have a stake in all this. The issue here is when you find your neighbor has a problem, you should try every means possible to ensure that there's a peaceful solution to the problem they have.
Yeah.
Because it will flow into your country.
Away from that story of President Kabila, well, we wish him all the best by there as far as that case is concerned, because
he can appeal. He can appeal.
I have a question, because where I live, I also have neighbors who are Batoto Bakongo, and how I know is because I find them speaking Lingala, and they sort of project their voices when they're speaking. See, when I go to the shops, for example, and I'm conversing with someone, I'll be like, unaona hii sabuni itakuaje? Haiko fiti hasa, acha nichukue. But then they're always like, "Tobostola kasela bala Kongolo mafuta." And the question I have is, why are they the ones that I have seen? I'm not saying that the entire country is loud, but the ones I have seen, why are they usually so loud?
There are communities in this country where also people speak at full volume all the time.
Yes. But I also live with those people from in this country from those regions you're talking about. Yes. But they just calm down, they're cool. Unajua hata kama wanaongea Kijaluo unasikia tu wakiitisha kitu na kijaka yake na story inaisha. But hawa watu wa Kongole,
the thing is this, there are those who say that even in West Africa, if you come across a group of 3 West Africans, one, you'll think there's a quarrel ongoing and people are about to fight. They're just having a chat. Because everyone is speaking at full volume. Yes.
There's a tribe called Kisii in Kenya. Watu wanasemanga pia they are very loud. But I find them quite normal.
No.
Yeah.
If you find a group of people, my tribesmen, for instance.
Right.
They also talk at full volume. Okay?
Bwana watu si wajenga bwana.
That's us. The brothers who we share Nyanza with, when they speak, to my untrained ear, I think they're having a quarrel. They're just excited. They're just talking. Again, full volume. Okay? We are not accustomed to speaking as though we are swallowing half the words. We speak at full volume.
Yeah. But lakini hawa DRC, and I'm not complaining, I'm just saying it's something I've noticed.
Well,
nakubanga bilu tena nakubanga nzame na ngai, and I'm like, why do you, and you're talking to someone who's literally nose length.
Okay, have you ever been in the company of some people, maybe in their vehicle, and it's just him, and the music is at full volume? I ask him, bro.
Yeah. Okay, I'm one of those people. Sometimes I blast the volume.
Something, bro.
Uko peke yako tu.
So just,
I get you. Big shout out to Batoto Bakongo, bale especially wale tunaishi na wao tunasema, ai bwana, saa zingine mnatustuanga lakini tunakubali. The United Nations Security Council has approved the transformation of the Kenya-led multinational security support mission in Haiti into a more heavily armed and expanded gang suppression force that is now GSF. It's going to change from MSS to GSF, backed by a newly established UN Support Office and the Organization of American States. The resolution passed on Tuesday, so 12 members vote in favor, including Algeria, Denmark, France, Greece, Guyana, Panama, South Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Somalia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Russia, China, and Pakistan abstained. Oh, so who abstained? Let me see. The United States, Russia, China, and Pakistan, they abstained from that particular vote. The new mission is set for an initial period of 12 months, although exact deployment timelines have not yet been disclosed. The MSS mission is scheduled to expire on Thursday, October 2nd. So now, the Kenya-led MSS mission ends. Wakenya wanarudi sasa. Waachie watu wengine hii shida. I think I heard the president say we have lost 3 policemen in Haiti in total. I wouldn't say it's a good thing because, I mean, one life is too many to lose. But probably considering the situation in Haiti, I expected more, to be honest. So now, our folks, our bros coming back to Kenya, waachie watu wengine stress, mana. Now it's being called the Gang Suppression Force. Yes, other countries are going to fight that war on behalf of Haiti. But shida ya Haiti inakuanga ni nini? Wako na neighbor wao wanaitwa the Dominican Republic, and that place is very peaceful, very, very, very calm as opposed to their neighbors in Haiti.
Who attempted to be the colonizers of Haiti in the first place?
I think the French.
Precisely, and they were kicked out. The first African nation, arguably, who became independent were them. Okay? Violent revolution. What isn't spoken of loudly is the mineral wealth of Haiti. That amount of bother, it's not the only island in that part of the world. The mineral wealth is phenomenal. Phenomenal.
In Haiti?
Phenomenal. It's not just garden variety mineral wealth. It is tons and tons of it. The instability. One of the things that imperialists and colonialists have done, and it's a pattern they have, it's like the standard operating procedure for them. You colonize a country by ensuring that you divide and rule. But that also means that with time, you are fermenting chaos within the country. It serves your interest because then whoever becomes president is there at your behest, meaning you more or less give them support to remain president. But it doesn't mean they don't have people who oppose them. The other people also understand that the mineral wealth exists. And then there are multinational organizations who are the ones who are actually interested in this. And we talk of countries because they come from certain countries, but they have the backing of their countries. So you have a situation where, because of the diversity of interest, these people will hardly ever know peace. Because there's this group with interest, there's that group with interest.
Yeah.
And the interest of the Monanji is lost somewhere in between. Haiti is an extremely mineral-rich country. Yes.
Wow. I got you now. Yeah, so the situation in Haiti, at least for us now, the Kenyan police, if what I'm reading is right, kumaanisha sasa wana come back home, wacha warudi bana. Acha warudi. Personally nilikuwa nimewamiss. Acha kuja tusumbue kwa barabara. Time for us to check out the traffic situation in the city before I give you more shoutouts on YouTube. In case you're wondering where that is, it's at Radio Generation Kenya. You can also check it out on Facebook on the same name. Twitter unatupata at Radio Gen KE. Get on there, we're also live. But right now though, here is your traffic update.
Ladies and gentlemen, traffic.
Ngong Road looking good at this particular minute. No complaints coming from that particular area, and it's very much expected because, hey, it's only 6:30. Junction Mall, if you're approaching from Ngong, a little bit of traffic there, but it's kawaida. Ile construction ilikuanga pale. I think they're now wrapping it up, but because of the T junction, actually it's more of like a Y junction. Because of that junction there, of course, you'll find a little bit of traffic. Ring Road, Kilimani, pia kameshikana kidogo tu because of the traffic lights. Palivo, roundabout Daystar University, a little bit of traffic, but you guys are moving nonetheless. Haile Selassie, looking good. Kenyatta Avenue, looking good. Uhuru Highway, looking even better. Sleep Road, Kule Kipande Road, looking fantastico. Muranga Road, no complaints. The only issue, and this is a big one, unaona Palivo, as you're approaching Pangani, the traffic is stretching all the way from, let me tell you where this is, kutoka Allsops, you guys are not moving at all. And unfortunately you do not have an expressway, so sijini wasaidia aje. Yes, hapo hakuna ku escape. There's no other way to town. It's either you just bear with them, and I don't know why that traffic is there at this particular hour. It looks like it's really crazy, and it's going past Pangani. Itabidi wase mhame. Where else are we seeing? Mombasa Road looking good. A little bit of traffic also Juja Road. Wale walikuwa metoroka Outer Ring Road mkitaka kupitia ndio mtokezee Isili. I'm sorry. Also bumper to bumper at this particular hour.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Big Daddy Cool, good morning. You're saying hello beautiful people all the way from Western Australia. Ala? All right, bite. Karibu tena sana. Maureen Kinyanjui, my best duo. Happy new month. Thank you so much, Maureen. Michael Olande, morning City and Mbuvi, watching from Kigali. There's a friend of mine actually, City, who just relocated to Kigali in Rwanda, and he's telling me that he's not coming back to Kenya because the ladies there are beautiful. Amesema lakini joto tu ndio jingi. And I thought because it's a highland, because they have very many hills, perhaps it would be cooler. But he tells me, yeah, place is very hot. Big shout out to everyone who's in Kigali, by the way. Msalimike tena sana. Again, you can find us on YouTube, Radio Generation Kenya. Tuambie wewe ni nani, unatusikiza kutoka wapi. Looking at the front page of the Star newspaper, Big War rocks Gachagua and Uhuru wing. That story is on page 4 and 5. Freddy Kokango, can Kenyans political parties trust the new IBC leadership? That story is on page 16. Obado's 235 million anti-graft deal at risk after EACC rejects plea bargain. Inside IBC's 10 billion plan to register 6.3 million voters. What? 10 billion? Anyway, how Kandara man escaped grisly accident that claimed 16 people. That story is on page 20. Disease leaves fish farmers with huge losses. There's a picture there on the front page of the Star. Samaki wamekufa kweli kweli, wanaelea tu pale juu ya maji. Rabble rouser Secretary Generals, we can see there Hassan Omar Yala MP. We can also see Sifuna, Sekjen wa ODM, and we have Sekjen wa Jubilee, a very good friend of this show, Jeremiah Kioni. Kenya's political parties are reeling from a new wave of indiscipline as Secretaries General, once trusted to be the official voices of their movements, morph into political mercenaries. Yeah. Medics to down tools. What? Why? Healthcare in turmoil is what the Standard is saying, with doctors, clinical officers and laboratory staff threatening to rally behind their striking Kiambu colleagues who have been on strike for 4 months. The country is staring at a paralysis of services that could plunge patients into unprecedented suffering. You can get the full scoop on page 6. AGOA, Kenya looks to China for duty-free exports. All right. City.
Yes.
Gazeti yake nasemaje?
Gazeti ya Daily Nation has the following to say. IBC blames mistrust for 61 billion elections budget. Really? Kenya's elections are among the most costly in the world, at over 2,000 shillings per voter, way above the 646 shillings benchmark. The poll agency says suspicions on voter rigging forces expensive actions. I don't understand what this person is talking about. Like printing ballot papers abroad. I don't understand what this person is talking about at all.
Maybe if you read it slow, you might understand.
Read it.
Okay.
I actually read it. We print banknotes here in Kenya.
Wait, Delaro ilifungwa, right?
Let me repeat again what I've just said.
Right.
We print
Banknotes, yeah.
here in Kenya. We print checkbooks in Kenya. Those are all security documents.
Right.
All. We cannot print ballot papers in Kenya. What nonsense. What nonsense. We've been printing them abroad. Has it reduced the suspicion? No. So look for another reason. That doesn't wash, doesn't even make sense. It doesn't. We print them abroad, so they are more. Essentially, you're justifying the expense by saying we have to print them abroad. Really?
It is what it is.
No, this one, forget it. Man. Forget it. Former DO recounts Al-Shabaab captivity. January 2012. Edward Diaz said then the district office in Wajir County was kidnapped by Al-Shabaab terrorists. He speaks out on his harrowing ordeal during his 19-month captivity in Somalia. Okay? Team to probe school sex pests. The Education Ministry will set up a specialized unit to address raising cases of teenage pregnancies. Since January 2024, 69 teachers have been sacked by the TSC for sexually abusing learners. These are matters that have been examined before. Reports have been written on the same subject.
I think we also actually read something similar. Was it last week or the week before?
Yes. Can they please tell us what they did with the reports that were written on these things before? Because this teenage pregnancy, in a time gone by, those ancient times, these teachers ended up marrying these former students of theirs. All right? Problem was some of those girls were underage. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
wait, so you're saying back in the day, if you were found to have impregnated a student...
Let me give you the perspective.
Okay.
In the days when I was a much younger person and still a student, people who are older than I, from what I observed, they prefer to marry women who are much younger than them.
Okay.
There are people who would have a girlfriend in school, they would even pay the fees for that child to finish learning. Maybe take them to training, then marry them. Okay? It was not unusual.
And by training, you mean like to a TVET?
Take them to a TVET, take them to a training school, teacher, secretarial,
KMTC,
whatever it is, yes. It was considered normal.
Yeah.
Okay? And they found logic in it. It was not unusual in some communities for a girl to be betrothed or to be given in marriage when they're even 12. All those things have been outlawed because they're barbaric and they do not... completely. All right? So, the Education Ministry has known of these problems for the longest time. So has the TSC. And a lot of work has gone into trying to figure out what these problems are. Can somebody come and tell us what they've done with the suggestions that were made in the past before we form this new committee? Please. Please. So that we understand this committee is taking off from where the others ended.
Yeah.
But just forming a committee when we've had reports on this same subject before, you're not really helping us. You're kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it possible that the previous committee wamezeeka sasa na time yao imeisha and then this is a new committee in terms of fresh blood, but same committee?
No. They are forming a new committee. You're talking about sex that brings about the pregnancy.
So there was no committee even to begin with?
The committees are set up for a period, then they give their report and then they're disbanded.
Okay.
They're not permanent committees. Yes. The reports on this same subject exist. What did we do about it? Like the other time we were being told about a committee being set to determine and to look at the religious proliferations and sex. We've had those reports, for heaven's sake. In President Moi's time, there was something that dealt with devil worship and cults. A huge report. Why don't we tell us what happened to that report?
Actually, there was a what? A committee on?
A commission.
A commission on devil worship and
yes,
cultism.
Sex and yes, exactly. These are not new things. whenever someone tells you that they're setting up a committee, let's start by asking, okay, the other committee that was set, okay, tell us what that report was about. Tell us how we dealt with that report, what we implemented, so that when you set up a new committee, we are saying they're picking up from where the other ones left off. But the other ones, the reports are shelved. They're gathering dust somewhere, and then a new committee is set up. Why? We already have a report. Why don't you tell us about the reports that we already have? Okay. There's an interesting story here regarding a certain gentleman called Dr. Evanson Kamuri. He was the KNH boss, okay, a while back. He's been taken to court, and the High Court has frozen money in bank accounts and bonds, property worth 229 million belonging to suspended Kenyatta National Hospital Chief Executive Officer on suspicion that the wealth was acquired corruptly. There's a justice here by the name of Justice Lucy Njuguna ordered the preservation pending the filing of a petition by the Anti-Graft Commission. For me, every time I read this,
Yes.
I'm reminded of something that I have said on many occasions. You may think you're getting away with something. If indeed these accusations are true, it will catch up with you. Believe me, you may think not, it will catch up with you. It will catch up.
In this life or the next?
No.
In this one?
Life. And not even in this century, in this decade. Forget century, this decade. Uhuru moved Jolts Ruto Gachagua. Twice in 8 months, retired President Uhuru has held talks with his successor William Ruto, giving the impression of a ceasefire by the former allies turned foes. This statement is not entirely true. But the return of Mr. Kenyatta to the political arena with a bare-knuckles attack on the government has collapsed the short-lived truce and also upset opposition leaders who are not spared stinging criticism. What is he up to? The story is on page 4. I don't see the jolt. He came up, spoke. So where is the jolt exactly? Do you see that? Where's the jolt?
I don't see it.
Well, I certainly don't see it. But there's a picture here of the broad-based government. The president and ODM leader Raila Odinga allies have attacked Mr. Kenyatta for his harsh criticisms of the manner in which the country is being governed.
There's a picture of the broad-based government.
Yes, the broad-based government. There's a picture of Raila and President William Ruto both wearing hats.
Okay.
Uhuru in the middle. Then there's united opposition. This is how we proliferate ghosts. Something which doesn't exist is being spoken of as having existed.
Okay.
A united opposition.
But they have called themselves the united opposition.
But they're not united.
Yes. But they have.
So that's a ghost.
Yeah.
You can't speak of something which in essence and in reality doesn't exist, and you keep insisting it exists. Surely. Where does it exist?
Have you considered that perhaps this could also be their their game, their play, their theater?
That's a narrative that is being promulgated. Literally. They are setting it in motion and giving it life.
Ndio msijue strategy yao. Mkaange tu mkiges mkisema Kalonzo ni kama yuko hapa. Martha Karua ni kama kidogo anatuenjoy. Si Raila Uhuru naye ndio huyu anajaribu kufanya Matiang'i hivi. And then,
but we are still united.
Okay. Then they come here when they come to studio.
And the opposition, ODM is still in the opposition. Okay? Yeah, we are in the opposition. But they are helping their government. So that's where the broad-based. But they're still in the opposition.
So could it be just...
Jubilee have just realized that they are in the opposition.
Yes.
But they are criticizing the people. And Matiang'i is in the opposition. But also, he is talking to Jubilee.
So I'm thinking this could be a very well choreographed dance.
No.
To make us confused.
No.
No,
this is a dance hall where the dance moves tells you these people are dancing to a different tune. There's someone who's dancing to the next song, so they know what the next song is, so they're dancing to it. There are those who are dancing to the song which played previously. There are those who are dancing to the current song. There are those who figured out, so long as I keep moving my limbs, it will be assumed I'm dancing. My friend, when you're united, you speak with one voice. This is a cacophony. There is no one voice here. It cannot therefore be united.
You remember what the SG ilikuwanga ni nani? I'm forgetting who it was.
Jubilee Party?
It was not even SG. It was alikuja hapa and he was saying si Safina. And he actually told us, he was saying that...
Is it Kioni who's SG of Jubilee?
No, Kioni has made it very clear that they are in opposition, yes, but they just don't agree with certain things that are happening. But anyway, whatever this other person said was, they will, and also Matakara repeated it, and they said that they will field this, an agreed candidate for all the positions from the by-elections and to the coming general elections. Hapo kwa general elections ndio sioni. For the by-elections that are coming up, they might, because this is for them trisex, what I'm thinking. Trisex, where they try and see, will this strategy of theirs work? If it doesn't work for the by-elections, I am certain it will not be implemented in the general elections in 2027.
As far as I'm concerned, this one I'm not wasting my time guessing or figuring out. I'll just wait and see. Then I'll talk about what I see. Kwa uvupi.
Yeah. Someone else also said, I'm forgetting their name. They said that this will be a test. It was a youth leader. Yes, it was a youth leader. Alikuja akatuambia that they are testing. This will be, the by-elections will be a huge test.
It will be a test.
Yes.
Whether it's huge, we will see.
For the strategies that they hope to use come 2027.
You know something, huh? By-elections, when you have them, there'll be a year and a bit left. All right? The patterns of by-elections we have seen over time, if there's a relative of the person who was previously in that seat, vying for that seat, they're very likely, they're likely to clinch it. Essentially the thinking among us Kenyans is that, wacha wamalize mfumo huu wa yule mwenzake, let there be a continuity. If it's his wife, his son, let them finish it. Then we'll now look for a new election. That's the first. Then there's also the issue of political parties going there in force to try and demonstrate that they can support their own. The truth is this: how the voters vote will have very little to do with the amount of hoo-ha that political parties create.
Yes. Speaking of elections, we have Festi Royals. Amesema hivi, Gen Z here, let no one lie to you. We will come out in big numbers to vote. That will only be possible if there is a candidate who spells great change. Ngoja the lowest voter turnout in 2027 from youths. I don't know why Festi would think that.
We need to ask him, because he must have a reason for saying what he's saying.
Yeah, because he goes on to say, I was just refreshing it. Yeah, I was wondering throughout this night, what will Gen Alpha's life look like if ours is already doomed? We basically wake up to be seen and heard by parents. Nothing interesting apart from that. Okay, going back to the election comment that he made. The fact that he's saying, I'm assuming it's a he, the fact that he's saying that there will be a huge voter turnout if only they find a candidate who, for them, resonates with their agendas and stuff. So does that mean that if they don't get someone who aligns with them, then they would rather not vote? If we have 7 candidates, for example.
That is not a view of the Gen Z. That's a view of that person.
Yes, but that's what I'm asking. Does he mean that for him as a Gen Z, if he wakes up on voting day, on ballot day, and finds City is not who I want, Karua not the one, Mbuvi not the one, then why am I wasting time?
The reasons why people don't vote, what you've just stated is one of the reasons why people do not vote. But the apathy also has to do with people not seeing the benefit of voting.
Yeah.
And part of it is because those who would like them to vote have not taken the time to explain why it is important for you to cast a ballot and for you to participate in one of the rights that you have as a citizen. Thirdly, there's a general apathy that is born out of just a feeling of helplessness among very many young people. They do not see any need to do very many things, and voting is one of those things. Now, to arouse the interest, they must understand that as a voting bloc, when you vote in people, you can also vote in change. And if you ask me, the person you should be looking for is a person who doesn't ask you for money, or the person who doesn't give you money, That's the person you should be looking for. The person who tells you about solutions that he thinks or she thinks can work, the person who takes the time to listen to what you have to say, and the person who's constantly telling you about the things that can be done to bring about change and showing you how it can be done. that person is far more important than somebody who makes broad sweeping statements about dams and roads and schools and hospitals and grass and rivers, and forget those ones.
There's someone who talks about grass.
Yeah. There are people who say everything under the sun,
sure.
in the hope that at least one of the things they say
will stick.
So they just sort of like
throw everything to the wall.
Yes, and then say, oh, that one has stuck good, then throws another one. There are people who, when you listen to, have a clarity of thought. And clarity of thought doesn't mean they keep telling you what the government has done wrong. We live in this country, we can see. Don't tell us, please.
Yeah.
Don't even highlight it, we know.
Yeah.
Tell us what needs to be done.
Wafula team says Gachagua is attacking anyone who he considers a threat. Surely, how could he attack Edwin Sifuna? My conclusion, Gachagua is the problem. Do you think... Because I'm sure Gachagua and his team in DCP, they usually tell him, hey bro, so today this is our strategy. Do you think some of the things that we see him say on TV, on radio, kwa magazeti, inakuanga like a strategy we may agree on? Because sometimes I to be honest, I find it, I look at it and I'm like, there must have been a communications team, a campaign team that said this is what we're going to say today.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
What is Gachagua doing differently? People, we tend to have short memories.
Yes.
When that man was deputy, that thing said some fairly incendiary things.
For sure.
He was in the position of deputy. People were saying, what's he talking about? If it wasn't about Raila, it was about God knows who. It was about God.
Shares.
It was about, there's hardly, if there was any toe to step on, he managed to step on it. Okay? So what is he doing differently?
And I'm asking, is
the impeachment just gave him a different line of attack? Okay,
you see,
now he's spilling the beans. Okay, let me spill the beans. In fact, this one I won't spill today, but I will spill next week.
Yes,
but let me just give you kionjo tu mjua kwamba hii beans ambayo nataka kuspill imepikwa pamoja na pilipili. That's a campaign strategy.
Because I'm sure he has a team. We see the likes of Cleophas Malala, and I'm forgetting the rest, but they're there with him. And when they decide that today, okay, mheshimiwa sasa ndio hii endo uongee sasa, leo tuko Kitui, hebu ongea, is that something they had agreed, ama it's just something that he just discards everything he was given and he says hii nitasoma yangu sasa?
I wouldn't know, but what I do know is this: he hasn't changed. You
remember when President Kibaki would read his speech and he had those cards where he would read and then anasema hiyo sasa nimesema ile nilikuwa nimeandikiwa, wacha sasa niseme ile yangu. And then now he would go on a very different tangent and he would make people laugh, but at least at the end of the day he aligned his speech to whatever he was doing. We have Ohwana Simiti CKS amesema It is right. Kenya's political scene is a tumultuous cacophony. Shrill accusations, ethnic rhetoric, and deafening campaigns drown out sober policy debate. The constant clamor of power struggles, defections, and constitutional wrangles create a jarring, relentless, noise-making, meaningful governance, a strained whisper lost in the din. Wasi, mnaandika poetry hapa, All right. Michael Alani anasema you can't trust what Gachagua says. Look at the inauguration. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, we can go back as far as the inauguration. We can go far back before the inauguration.
My bro.
Yeah.
Jama, the things that man has been saying over time. It's just that the moment he got impeached, the tone, the tempo of conversation continued. The subject matter just differed slightly now because he had been impeached. So now it focused on an individual.
Right.
Okay, then it was all over the place. Okay, but now it's focused on an individual and the wrongs of this person. We live in this country. Okay, we can see, we can experience. All right. What is the solution to these problems that are so eloquently spoken of? What is it?
But I think Rigiji was challenged one time with that question of, you've obviously changed your tone. You've changed a lot of things that you used to say while you were in power, and now that you're out, you're no longer on that issue of, say, for example, the issue of shares za kampuni. And he said that wase nilienjoyiwa. a lot of those things I used to say were scripted for me.
That is nonsense.
Yes.
That is utter and complete and undiluted nonsense.
He actually
This is a full This is a full-grown man.
I'm
yes,
paraphrasing.
and I'm commenting.
Yes.
You cannot. That is an excuse that we expect from children. I was led astray. I was told this. A full-grown person. Full-grown.
Anasema manze Joe, hizo vitu niliambiwa niseme kumbe I was being set up for failure.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Actually, some quarters allude that perhaps Rigiji was appointed to the position of deputy president for the purpose of impeachment. Like it was set up from the beginning, like huyu tunampatia ndio ikifika huu wakati tufanya nini.
Well, the thing is, you can go in whichever direction you want and say whatever it is that you wish to say. A full-grown man who has their faculties straight cannot come up and start telling us and telling the entire country that you are duped, and then you still want to be recognized as a leader, somebody who's.
But let me ask you, City, is it not possible though for you being the grown person that you are, with all your faculties intact, for you to be misled? Is it not possible?
It is very possible.
Yes. So is it possible that former DP Rigiji was misled?
We are misled because of the desires that we have. It's like you are easily conned when you like things to come to you easily. Yep. You are the one who's predisposed yourself to the con. Somebody who doesn't want free things is very difficult to con. He'll just tell you, no, hiyo pesa mingi sawa tuweka tu nayo.
It's okay.
Mimi niko sawa na yangu. When you have a desire to accumulate power to yourself, you are not difficult to influence, because you'll be given a free rein and you will believe that the utterances that you keep making are a sign that you're in a position of power. Whether you are talking about 1 man, 1 shilling, whether you are talking about Uhuru Kenyatta and the mistakes he made, to the point of even saying some fairly inflammatory things about his family.
Yes.
In your mind, you think that is okay. When you talk about the anti-finance bill and all these deep state and people who are doing all sorts of things, and the list goes on and on, whether it's the mtego which you put here and there, whatever it is.
Nimeweka mtego pale.
Yes.
Nimeweka ingine pale.
Yes. And when you talk about chiefs, there's hardly anything that the immediate former deputy president did not say about everything. He spoke then. He is speaking now. That's what I'm saying. He is speaking as he spoke then. The narrative may have changed, but he is a man who was given to speaking a great deal.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have John Guge. As Kimani Ngunjiri said, Gachagua should be checked. Those 7 million votes he says are in his back pocket. Mine is not there. Bitterness will kill him. So John amesema yeye tumtoe hapo. So the 7 million zimekuwa 6,999,999. So the former DP should be looking for that lost vote.
You see, the same sentiments that I am expressing, I express with regards to members of parliament and the narrative that these people have been held captive. Nah, that is not true. The money that you take is not forced on you, it is offered.
So you sold.
You agreed to take it. So please do not give the impression that somebody came with a gun, put it to your head and said, take this money by force. It was offered, you took it. And when you took it, you forgot the oath you took, and you forgot the representation that you are supposed to actually meet. So just say it as it is.
As it is.
Yes.
Festy Royals back with another comment. My dear friend City, as a youth, I know well the characters of a messiah, and when he or she presents himself forward, you will witness excitement from youths and the outcome in numbers. Mi ndio na kusho. So umeambiwa by a young person that anajua venye 2027 kutakaa in advance. And
as I said, on these subjects, I will wait and see. Yes.
All right. So I think this is the point where we take that turn and probably take a short break, get into the news, and then when we return, shall be introducing our guests. And the conversation is going to be around paracetamol, vaccines, and autism. Whether there's a connection or not, or that's a separate, 3 different conversations, well, we shall definitely check it out. You can also let us know where you're watching and tuning in from on our social media pages at Radio Gen KE across all socials, Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook and on YouTube as well. You can also find us on our WhatsApp. You can find us on our website, rgk.co.ke. Tuendelee mpaka mwisho, lakini kwa sasa, here is the news with one Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Traffic on Radio Generation.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service has placed 1 million Kenya shillings bounty on Collins Jumaisi Khalusha, the key suspect in the Quarry murders. Police said the cash reward will go to anyone with credible information leading to his arrest. Jumaisi escaped from Gigiri police station in August 2024, where he was being held on murder charges, fleeing alongside 12 Eritrean nationals. Investigators say Jumaisi admitted to killing a total of 42 women between 2022 and July 11th, 2024, where he allegedly murdered his last victim. Junior secondary school teachers in Marsabit County have raised concerns over poor working conditions that hinder effective teaching, threatening the realization of the competency-based curriculum in the arid north. Led by Kupet County Executive Secretary Sarah Galgalo, the teachers cited stalled promotions, inadequate infrastructure, and lack of teaching resources, urging the government to institute affirmative action measures.
We don't have laboratories. We are even wondering, these learners who are doing the KJCE examination next term, and I mean next month, how are they going to do these exams?
We want the best for our learners. They are going to grade 10, but are they well prepared for senior school? Have they grasped a lot of content and context in everything that they are going to do in grade 10? For instance, the STEM, the 3 pathways. Some learners are not even aware of the pathways, but yet they are told, prepare yourself, you are going to grade 10.
Murang'a Senator John Nyutu has raised concern over recurring incidents of torture and killings of individuals suspected of stealing pineapples from Del Monte's farms in Thika and Murang'a counties. Speaking on the floor of the Senate, Senator Nyutu sought a comprehensive statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations to investigate the matter, terming it a grave human rights concern that demands urgent attention. The senator asked the committee to establish the number of reported cases since 2010.
In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the number of reported incidents of torture and killing of individuals found trespassing as suspected of stealing pineapples from Del Monte's farm in Thika and Murang'a counties since 2010. 2, the findings of investigations by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, into each case, including details on the number and security guards that have been found culpable, apprehended and prosecuted.
More than 200 families are stranded in Mombasa's Chuda ward after a wealthy developer built a perimeter wall around their homes and allegedly demolished some without notice. Residents accuse the tycoon of hiring goons to intimidate them. They have appealed to both county and national governments to step in, calling the eviction unlawful, inhumane, and a form of harassment that has left many in fear.
Huyu bwenyenye hapa
amekuja saa moja, ule mlango unafungwa, ameweka geti pale, saa moja mlango unafungwa, unafunguliwa saa 3. Kuna watoto hapa wanaenda shule, kuna kina mamama ambao wako na biashara zao hapa, kuna mandugu zangu, makaka zangu hapa wanaenda kazi. Hawa watu wataishi vipi?
Kunakuja vijana ambao ni watoto wetu, wanakuja kutumia vyombo ambavyo ni vya hatari kubomoa nyumba.
Former Democratic Republic of Congo President Joseph Kabila has been sentenced to death in absentia for war crimes and treason. The charges concern accusations that Kabila has been supporting the M23, a rebel group who have wreaked devastation across the country's eastern region. Kabila was convicted on Friday of treason, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, including murder, sexual assault, torture, and insurrection. The 54-year-old led DR Congo for 18 years after succeeding his father Laurent, who was shot dead in 2001. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock, and it's time for us to have a very important morning conversation. City Muga is with me in studio, and a Bayern Munich fan. And I want to give him a very big congrats because yesterday their team beat Pafos 5-1. Mulicheza vizuri sana, or is it 1-5? And to be honest, I really envy you because my team really failed me. And it's okay, we shall move on. We'll get better with time. That is none other than Dr. Lucas Nyabero.
The way you're sounding, you're not moving.
I'm not okay. I'm not, actually, to be honest,
no.
Ndani siko sawa.
You know, sauti inakuja ikitoka na kirudi na ikienda.
City hata hatukujitetea na bawata moja.
But that's football, man.
Well, yeah. Dr. Lucas Nyabero, good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
We are fine, thank you. Right here on Generation. Very excited to have you in studio to have this conversation on paracetamol, the misconceptions, and of course, conversations around autism. Now, Dr. Lucas is the CEO, Elara Health Innovation, and of course, the immediate past CEO of PSK and member of PSK. Daktari, what is PSK?
PSK is a Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya. Actually, I wanted to start by saying thank you for having me here. These are very important conversations that we should be having, and actually we should be able to make sure that we totally understand what we talk about when we talk about these things. Otherwise, miscommunication or misinformation can actually cause a lot more trouble than it's worth. Yes, the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya is a professional organization for pharmacists in this country.
Right.
And it's about 60 years old. And what we do is we come together and work on see how to make sure we do policy. We push for policy changes that are necessary. We also make sure that there's welfare for pharmacists, and we also make sure that the quality and the standards of pharmacists is up to par. Yes.
So PSK is the equivalent of KPMDU?
It is.
Yes. Nice.
Yes.
Now I know, and thank you for that very interesting intro. What I want
No, it's not. KMPDU, union.
Yes.
Do you say U or C? Because the KMPDC is a council, which is the same thing.
KMPDU, the union.
No. We are members of the KMPDU as pharmacists.
Yes.
And even the current president actually is a pharmacist right now.
Right.
But KMPDC is the one that regulates physicians. And then PSK,
right.
and then PPB, Pharmaceutical Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Regulates pharmacists. Now the pharmacists come together. I guess actually I take that back. We are similar to KMA.
Okay.
Yes.
That is precisely
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
what I was going
Thank
to
you,
tell him
CT.
that the equivalent is KMA.
Kenya
Yes.
Manufacturers.
No.
Kenya Medical Association.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I know there's. Oh, the one for manufacturing is KAM.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Got you.
Kenya Association
of
of
Manufacturers.
Manufacturers.
Right,
Yes.
right. So thank you for
Too many
that.
acronyms.
For that clarity. Now let's start with the vaccines. Kenya, Kenya is a beneficiary of vaccines, and especially the ones that have been produced out there, being brought here. But over the years, there have been a lot of controversy about certain vaccines. For example, there's a time people were complaining about, and I think it's the church actually that started this conversation, vaccines that were meant for HPV, especially for young girls. And ikaibua hisia nyingi. People were saying ati hapana, these particular drugs are not necessarily good for the health of the kids, because apparently they were making children sterile, or they were supposed to make kids sterile. Why are we usually like this as far as vaccines are concerned? You remember also with the COVID vaccine, people were saying a lot of things about it, saying that even the COVID-19 pandemic was created so that these vaccines can be brought nini story nyingi. Yeah, let's start with the HPV one. Why was there controversy about it?
Interesting. We'll come to HPV. Let's move back a little bit.
Sure.
Why vaccines? How do they work? Because then when you start from that background, then you understand where we're going. So vaccines are probably one of the best discoveries in a few years. In centuries. One of the best public health discoveries. And the biggest problem, and that is actually exactly where the problem comes from, because then they functioned too good, they worked too well, that we don't get to see what they have prevented. For example, if you walk around to the school and ask somebody, or ask the kids now in Kenya, for example, have you ever seen a person who had polio? A lot of them will say no. And many of these other diseases that we've been able to avert because of immunization, vaccines. So it's very hard to sell prevention. When you prevent something from happening, how do we know you did? Okay? And as a result, of course, there's always nefarious actors everywhere. Rumors will come, and it's very hard to not... Because if you look at all these things, when they talk about vaccine, so how does the vaccine work? And then we'll come to HPV. Vaccine is like PrEP. I remember when I was in school, I did the old system. I remember before CPE, we had a PrEP exam. That was purely just like the exam, but there were no consequences. It was just going to help you study. So it's got everything. You do your math, you do your whatever it was, science, and then you take whatever the results, and they help you do what? Prepare for the real exam. So vaccines are like that. So vaccines are prepared such that they will expose the body to the same feel. And that's why even when you're doing that prep, people really panic about it, because it is stressful. So the body gets used to it, so that when the real exam comes, you've already gone through it, so you understand, when I feel like this, the body adjusts to it. So when you get a vaccine, your body is exposed to the same type of kiini, whatever it is.
Yes.
The outside is the same, but the inside, it doesn't have the engine to cause a full disease.
The disease causing
is not
component,
there.
yes.
Correct. So now the body learns that when you see something that comes in that looks like this, that has these markers, because that's how the immune system works. It works by identifying markers on cells. So when you see these markers, this is what you rally.
Yeah.
So when you expose the body, it comes up with antibodies, like almost a new military to fight that particular thing. So when you get it, they are ready to go. Okay. If you didn't get the vaccine, when you get sick, your body has to rally itself, study the disease, and then look for immunity for it. That time could be catastrophic in between that. And that's why vaccines are there. As a result, we've averted a lot. There's been a lot of diseases that people didn't get because they had their vaccines on time. And now let's come back to this issue of HPV. HPV is actually one of the most useful vaccines. So any parent that are out there, please make sure your kids get it. Here's why. it prevents. One of the preventable cancers is cervical cancer, which is one of the 5 top leading cancers in Kenya. And that will prevent that. It allows the body to prepare for it. And so when they talk about it being, it causes infertility and many other things, I think it's because it's related to, and this is, I'm totally thinking, this is just a guess.
Yes.
It's related to the reproductive area, and then as a result, folks think, oh, if it's there, it must be also has an effect on fertility. And not to trivialize.
Yeah.
I am old enough to have drunk maziwa nyayo, and boy, were we supposed to be impotent. Because that's what they said about
maziwa
nyayo. That's what they were saying. That was a rumor.
Yeah.
I have my kids, so it didn't work if it was supposed to work.
Right.
So I think the issue, there's a lot of rumors here. Yes.
And even with the COVID vaccine, people were saying something similar to, this one, especially the one being brought to Africa, to be specific, was supposed to control our population.
Yes.
And that's why we have a lot of people who are against vaccines, even in the States, because they're saying that, no, this one is supposed to control us somehow. And unfortunately, in this day and age, so much misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, people are actually inclined to believe some of these stories, because I know of people here in Kenya, that did not take the COVID vaccine, and they are like, I am not taking that vaccine. Yeah.
And you see, unfortunately, and this is where now, I think you guys were talking earlier on about politics a little bit. This is where leadership really matters, right? I think one of the biggest problems that happened with COVID was that there are some leaders who politicized it. And when they politicized it, they brought in skepticism towards public health. And one of the tools for public health is vaccine. So when that skepticism came in, now even the anti-vaxxers, who used to be a very small, they were not a big majority, now it's become a thing. And you find a secretary of health somewhere in the world saying that vaccines don't kind of work, and fighting vaccines, and which is unfortunate, because once you continue doing these things, people are going to get hurt.
Yeah.
People will get hurt.
But Daktari, there has to be a reason as to why someone of that stature would actually come out and say something of that nature. Whether it's a politician, a billionaire even, because we've had a couple of those actors, from Hollywood, and these are very huge influencers in their spheres of life. If someone comes out and says, and say maybe, and he has like over 200 million followers on social media, na aseme hapana hii kitu kidogo inakaa tricky, they might not influence 200 million people, but they will influence a couple of thousands of those folks.
Sure.
But the thing is, that discussion is slightly skewed. It exists, but it's skewed because the fact that you are a movie star or you are an athlete of great repute, and you have followers, what you're issuing is an opinion on a subject that you're not an expert in.
Yeah.
There you go.
So people will take what you say because they like you, but you are in essence misleading people, because you are not providing empirical evidence to support and even to give credence to what it is you're saying. You're just saying it because you don't like it, you don't feel like it. That, my friend, is almost criminal if you ask me, because people will listen to you
and they will die.
Yes, they will. It is not any different from that witch doctor during the Maji rebellion, who told people that if he sprinkles them with whatever it was sprinkling on them, they'll be bulletproof. They died.
Actually, it's very interesting you say that, because there was a leader who actually asked people to inject disinfectant because of COVID. And the logic was so interesting. The fact that remember, we used to use disinfectant in your hands.
Yes.
So the fact that it works on our hands, then it definitely will work inside. Or if you expose it to some light, so you put some light, I don't know how you're going to put light in the body. So yes, it's an opinion where you don't have any empirical data, but it has some kind of kernel of truth.
It's not even a kernel. It's folklore. and understanding. We had a president in a country who told people with regards to HIV that a cold shower was good enough for you to avert it.
Yes.
Utter nonsense.
Yes.
But he's the president.
Even in all of our neighboring countries, watu walienda wakakunywa conclusion fulani na wakaambua watakuwa sawa. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of issues with vaccines, but I feel like sometimes, and Citi's right in saying that some of these authorities that come and tell us this thing is not okay are not authorities in the medical field or in the biotech field or in the biochemistry field.
And I think the biggest issue is again, this is also almost like a professional faux pas for us. Us as professionals, we haven't come out to explain clearly. Like if you walk down the street and find 10 people, common man on the street, and ask them, how does a vaccine work? Or what is a vaccine? They will not be able to explain that.
Yeah.
So we know this, we use these big words and all those things, and then we don't explain it as well as we should. If the customer, if the patient, if the person on the street understood, I mean, an example was mRNA. I know there are people who are going to, you probably get a lot of comments on this one too. mRNA is a new technology to reduce the amount of time that you're actually able to prepare a vaccine.
Yeah. For someone who's hearing mRNA for the first time,
yes,
maybe just give us the name in full.
I'll give the so it's messenger RNA.
Yeah.
So what happens is when you, for example, in the past we used to use things like eggs.
Right.
So remember I just mentioned that when you get a vaccine, it is literally the cell of the disease that causes disease without the components that will actually cause the disease.
The disease-causing agent
are not there. So then you have the outside, the receptors, the outside shows the same. So we used to use things like eggs, we used to do incubation, and of course in terms
to
of
multiply this
to
particular
multiply
vaccine.
it, to prepare it. So it used to take a long time and other things. So then this technology, actually funded by the US government, came out. And it's reduced the amount of time from when you decide you need a vaccine to when you actually have it. So that speed is what saved a lot of folks with COVID. And Africans were, and that's a different issue. So in Africa, we didn't get them on time. It means there's something about us that protected us. That's for a fact. We need to figure out all those things. There's a lot of stories about it, but I don't think there's any empirical data that says which is which.
Right.
But so it was just technology. Just the same way it used to take you from, in 1940, going from Nairobi to Nakuru would take you forever. Of course, maybe the time is the same because now there's traffic. We are moving faster now.
Right.
You can see this, what they call elections are done with choppers nowadays. It used to be you drive your little 4x4 all the way to wherever you're going and do whatever you need to do. Now you fly.
Right.
So technology has been accepted in some areas. Here's an area that also needs technology, because as we know, as the world opens, we are getting exposed to conditions and issues and other diseases from parts of the world that you would never have accessed in the past. A little island somewhere in the Pacific that has a unique thing there. That guy comes to Kenya, that unique thing, our nature, our natural system does not have a way to counter it. Same way as you have pythons in Florida that have just run rampant. So it's just the nature does not have a way to curtail it. So you'll need some kind of care, some kind of vaccine. So these are the things that now we need to now move faster.
Right.
And also the other thing about mRNA is that it also reduces, like if you use the eggs, those people who used to have egg allergies would be told not to take some vaccines
because of that allergy.
Correct. So now we take some of the safety issues out of it.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know whether that makes sense.
It does make sense. All right. That's about it about vaccines, and I'm sure this is a topic we can probably even just cordon and talk about it by itself. But it's a good thing what you've said, especially on the issue of the way technology has changed, and it's now helping us to reach places faster in terms of how we can even testing for specific markers, in different races of, humanity. Yeah, and that's where we are right now.
But remember, one of the things that we find as a developing nation that works against us, there are many things that work against us, but since we're talking about vaccines, we don't predispose our learning institutions towards research.
Yeah.
So that when we talk about homegrown solutions, it's part and parcel of the way we do things. We don't introduce research as an important component of learning. It is something that most people do when they want a postgraduate degree. Then they conduct research. And yet, people who come up with these vaccines and who do the things they do, research is core. It's fundamental to the things they do. When a decision is made, it will be supported with data. Now, that data is derived from a process of research, and they give it priority. And they also make sure that funding is directed towards it. So when you talk development, you can even see the bedrock on which that so-called development is built. Now, we don't have it. Then secondly, when it comes to ensuring that people understand what we're talking about, statements are made, the media is often called, and people read out and talk about findings. That thing is forgotten as soon as you leave that podium. The process of getting someone to understand whatever it is you're talking about to the same degree that you, who is prosecuting it, understands it, is what needs to be the focus. Then the resistance towards it is reduced significantly. And one then understands the benefit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I think also, Dr. on that same note, sometimes the commercialization of these things, the vaccines, also perhaps brings a lot of problems when it comes to them being accepted, to the general population. Why? Because had we, for example, when the Catholic Church was against certain vaccines, I think it's because they were not involved in the creation of said vaccines. And when they came out, they were thinking, why is this institution making this vaccine and giving it to children in Africa, for example? And yet, even in their own countries of origin, it's not been given. And then it brings that skepticism. Yeah, so perhaps indeed that can be an issue.
But that's a little misleading, because I know, like, for example, I've lived in other places, and I know that HPV has been given there. So there's some things that, some stories
outside Africa.
Yeah. Yes, actually in the US, and they do that, and it's actually almost all pediatricians will tell you to do it.
Actually, because there's a doctor who came here and told us it's free in those countries.
It's actually even here. It's supposed to be. So the idea is vaccines are supposed to be free, because for
both boys and girls.
Yes, because for boys it's been known to prevent penile cancer, among others, and there are few others. Research, and I didn't want to quote this, research already out that it also prevents other
kinds of cancers.
Yes, the HPV. So it's actually a multi-preventer. But I think the thing, what Siti just said there is very, very important. I'll give you an example. We've been, I think, past President Uhuru, I think his last year, April, was supposed to have our own COVID vaccine in Kenya, made in Kenya. That's what the story was, that we are going to have one.
April of this year?
No. When he was leaving, I think. When did he leave? 2022. I think April of 2022. We were supposed to have had our own vaccine.
Okay.
But of course we didn't, because of many other things. Our economies, our thought processes are so importation related, so that the research is supposed to be for export, because research you build and you sell. But if you look at our educational system, you look at the way we do things, there's a product that you manufacture in Kenya would probably be more expensive manufactured in Kenya than when you import it.
Yeah.
Correct. So when you have that, what are you suggesting? You're suggesting this economy is just for importation, because we don't have the support systems, the structures to support exportation.
What makes it more expensive as opposed to importation?
All these small VATs and everything else. So by the time, I remember talking to a friend of mine who was a CEO of an organization here, said if he made insulin in Kenya, it was going to be between 10 and 20 times more expensive than a landed product from India, because of the various additional
There's a term that you use in economics that is called economies of scale. When, because of collaboration, this is what COVID proved, you're able to bring diverse resources from other places. So one institution doesn't have to bear the burden of research or everything else, R&D, that
The manufacturing.
you don't, because it's someone comes with their strength and you put the ideas together. So then you end up producing this same thing at a much faster rate, much faster rate, and at a far cost-effective rate, because the resources have been pooled, and because you're producing huge amounts of it. That's where the economies of scale comes in. It then becomes very, very cost-effective, even if you were to buy it. If we were to produce and do everything here, given our population, whether you like it or not, it will be expensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think over and above that, that's very true too. But I think over and above that is the mentalities that we have. When you look at things, even when you go to, let's say, a pharmacy, people will ask, is this a local one or is this an imported one? And they will pay extra for the imported one, even when they don't have the money to do it.
Yes.
So there's that thing of skepticism about local products.
Yeah.
And it's just generally, if you look even at the system itself, it has not been optimized for local research and local manufacturing and local development of things. And that's what you are talking about from, like when you're talking about research and the mentality of research, the mentality of critical thinking about, here is a problem, how do I find a solution, not how do I buy a solution.
The one of the things that these so-called developed countries have ingrained in the things they do is quality. The push and the knowledge and the desire to ensure that, for instance, when someone tells you that this particular product has this, it bloody better have what it says.
Yeah.
Because if somebody can prove it doesn't, you're going to shut down.
Yes, that's
okay. So people know this. When you're told this thing has a lifespan of 5 years, believe me, it'll go beyond 5 years. The problem that we have and the mistrust that we have is not with our product, it's with ourselves. Because if a Kenyan tells you producing something, you say, okay, can we see it first?
Yeah.
True.
So it's ourselves.
Seeing
and why?
Believing, yeah.
But we know ourselves.
Yeah.
And we know how we do things. It's not that we're not able to. Okay? If you have, even at something as simple as at the education level, you're being told, and this is data from the ministry that employ the civil servants, that a large percentage of people who are employed, they have fake degrees. Now you start wondering.
Yeah.
We know the faith that we have in ourselves in this country is healthy enough. But when it comes to understanding specialized products like vaccines, infinitely more effort has to be made so that people can understand. The debate that raged between COVID and the Catholic Church and the K matron and the discussions, there were people who are medical practitioners who commented on it. But the truth of the matter is, they may be medical doctors, but they were not talking about a specialization that they were experts in. They were using the title doctor to speak on a subject in which they themselves knew full well they're actually not specialists in. Yes.
And I totally agree. And I think that's very, very true. I think, again, how do we communicate? How do we communicate the message? How do we explain why vaccines are important? How do we explain why this is a myth? And which is that the other thing we're going to talk about, there's been this connection between autism and vaccines, which is interesting on its own, because it's very intriguing that the genesis of this vaccines cause autism was a badly written paper that was actually research paper that was actually withdrawn. It was retracted because it did not meet the evidential thresholds. So it was pulled out, but it was out. And some of these things that you're saying,
so by the time it was being published,
you never understand some of these things, but it was published, but it shouldn't have. But then they retracted it because then, of course, people will say this is bogus. So, but that skepticism had already come in. But if you go back and see, what does autism? It's just like I'll give you another example. ADHD. You find now almost every other child has been
diagnosed
ADHD. I remember I could never sit down. My mom will tell you she knew I was sick when I wasn't moving. If I sat somewhere, come home and I'm sitting, even when I was doing my homework, I'm moving.
Yes.
So I probably would have gotten a pill. I never got it. And I'm fine.
Yeah.
So there's also an interesting dichotomy here of, are we over? And then if you go back to history,
Yes.
Beethoven's and some of those people who did amazing things in the past, mostly Europeans, there's now most of them were on the spectrum, autism spectrum. So that's why hyper focus to achieve a lot. Now we don't have Africans.
Can I stop you and just
Go ahead.
take you slightly
Go ahead.
back?
Yes, please.
Please explain so that our listeners understand that when you use the term autism, what it is that you mean. When you speak about the spectrum, what it is that you mean, and then explain what this spectrum means.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Spectrum, I'll look at a spectrum like a ruler. You know, when you see a ruler, it's got different sections. So that's like the line, it starts from 10 to 30.
Right.
So that's like the spectrum of
Actually,
that's
0
what's
to
that?
30.
Oh, 0 to 30, yes.
Yeah.
You're right. So then autism is a condition where it seems hyper focus. People who focus too much on one thing and sometimes to the detriment of everything else. So these are people who sometimes are socially inept. They don't even seem to be just in a tunnel. Sometimes they get too much input. Everything else is making too much noise for them, and they look distressed. And you'll find some of them want to be in dark rooms or in quiet rooms, and it's a condition it's almost amorphous, but not quite. You can say this person has autism,
because of certain behaviors.
Yeah, certain behaviors, but
Right.
not everybody who has those behaviors has autism.
Okay.
Neither do those behaviors mean autism.
Actually, there's a time where we're having a similar discussion on autism, and they were saying that perhaps everyone is on that spectrum.
Correct.
Remember, we said from 0 to 30. So
the ruler.
Yes. So you could be actually on that spectrum. It's just that yours is maybe 0.1.
Correct.
Yeah, and then there's someone who's on 29.6.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you'll find people like some people are hyper focused on a small thing, and once they're in there, they're in. As in utakuja, you knock and they're in their tunnel. And they say a lot of very high achievers seem to have something like that.
The geniuses.
Seem to be. Because now they can focus to be able to see a solution that nobody else could see. So it's almost like a benefit, but we look at it as a negative in a way. And you go back to, as I say, the musicians, they will talk about all these things, Beethoven and all these people on the spectrum. Africans, we have not had a way to look and see in the past. Some of the leaders we had, amazing leaders, were they on the spectrum? How would you know? We had our own cultural ways of taking care of such kids. How do you keep them busy? You know what? Do this, do that, do this. You keep them busy to make sure that is you're channeling that. But you see, the way we analyzed creativity and brightness and cleverness and all those things is a little different. But if you go back, it's almost like currently we have a lot of ways to say, somebody has. And this is where now when you talk about commercialization, some of this thing comes from that too. So you find, why are we giving pills to kids who shouldn't be getting pills for ADHD, for example? Why is it a thing? In where I used to be, there's a place I used to be where parents actually would take their kids and explain to the doctor that they have those symptoms, so that the pills when they are prescribed for the child, the parent takes, so that they can get the boost to do more.
Really?
Yes, they used to do that. And I mean, you would see them. I'd talk to a patient and I clearly know that the parent is the one who's going to take this medication and not the child.
Yeah.
Because it's the same. It's, for example, if it's Ritalin or Adderall, they would literally use their kids to get that, so that it gives them an edge.
Yeah.
This is where now when you come to situations where edges make a difference, just like when you dope for whatever it is, that little edge. So that autism conversation, vis-a-vis, has been the biggest, I think one of the biggest blows to vaccines. Because autism is looked as a negative thing. Okay, the spectrum depends on the spectrum. It can be very tough to deal with.
And by the way, just again for the benefit of the listener, there are very many other components of autism apart from just ADHD.
Correct.
Which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Correct.
So some people can also say that I have OCD.
Yes.
And so there are very many others in that spectrum. Okay.
Correct. And that's why I said there's a lot of it's not, you can't lock it in, and that's why you can cannot just look at a child and say that one has autism. They have to be a specialist. Remember what CT said, specialist who understands and knows where to put, and even where to put you on the spectrum.
Yes.
And whether you need extra assistance to do things. Do you need medication? What do you need to guide you through this world with that particular with the autism that you have?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So the connection between vaccines and autism. So they say what, when the child, or is it when the parent receives this vaccine when they were pregnant, or where exactly is the connection here?
So they're and that's the thing too. So there's a connection saying that when you give vaccines after the child, they develop it. So that's one of the rumors. The other rumor is the parent, there's some things that they take which brings in the issue of Tylenol or so brings the issue of Tylenol in there.
Substance abuse.
Not substance abuse, based on what they're talking about, like what they were talking about in what recently there was a press conference where somebody said if you take Panadol, Tylenol is Panadol, the acetaminophen. You take acetaminophen, then it could expose your child to autism and all that. It's pretty utter nonsense. Unfortunately, I hate to say that. This is the first time I've used that word, but it is not sensible. It has been used. I mean, my wife used it, and we have kids. We're perfectly fine, and many others. So if you look at some of this, it's an extrapolation.
Yeah.
An extrapolation based on what seems to be a kernel of truth that is not there. So that, like I said, you were asking about autism and how it works and what the rumor is. The rumor is vaccines to the parents or vaccine to the child will instigate that. There's no research that has actually proven that. So when we talk about something, there's a drug.
Is the research being done though?
I should, yes, because this is a big deal. I remember there's a drug called thalidomide that they used to give to mothers for nausea. That one caused a lot of teratogenic births, so what means that your child is born with a defect.
Why don't you become more graphic? You'd find a hand growing from your neck, or a foot growing at the place where your stomach is.
Yes. And there was
malformation of some preposterous, and this was supposed to be a drug that was supposed to help with morning sickness.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what it did. And when it became evident, which means it took time.
Yes.
Of course they had to discontinue it, but the damage had been done.
Yes. But there was a clear line. You see mothers who did this happened. Mothers who did this happened. How many mothers take pain? Actually, if you talk about pain and you're pregnant, most OBGYNs will suggest you take Tylenol or Panadol for pain, not ibuprofen or the others.
Yeah.
So most of the mothers who've given birth here have had it. How many mothers have given birth? What is the percentage of folks who have autism from that group? I mean, it is simple statistics, and it'll tell you that this is a stretched truth.
Yeah.
Things like those. I mean, but I think the other thing too is, again, I go back to us as healthcare providers. We need to be able to cut down. You see, like for example, when I talked about the ruler, people will remember when they look at the ruler, they remember autism spectrum. There's some things around us that can help us understand. If we can we can get up from wherever we are to come down to where we have, I think in the US they say 4th grade education, explain to everybody at that level so that everybody understands. If I tell you what your condition is today, you can internalize it and explain to a 3-year-old and they understand it.
Right.
So then we understand what is happening with our bodies, because our bodies are mysteries. And when you wear a white coat, people think, oh, you're a god or something. No. How do we explain that better to make sure that you understand? Because if you understand it, you'll be your best advocate and you'll be the best patient, because you will understand, oh, this is supposed to do this. It is doing something different. Let me report it. Then now we start. That's a research. That's how research starts.
But actually, let me ask you: has there been an incident or incidences where research in the medical field has been presented and then everyone is in agreement and they say this, we have agreed with our peers, whether they are doing biomedical research or and we all agree from the surgeons to the neurologists and they say we have agreed that this is the way to go, or they have also disagreed and they say so we have maybe people in neurology saying something different, people in cardiology saying something different, and the information is out there and we do not have a definite way forward.
Yes, that has happened, and sometimes actually it happens because of siloization. You think in your small little bubble.
Yeah,
I am a cardiologist, and I don't look at all this other side. Perfect example, there was a drug called Vioxx a while ago, and this drug was amazing in pain. And they did research, and it was almost one of those blockbusters, went out in the market, and then they got a little greedy, and they wanted to add another indication to that drug. When they did the research, that research showed a very serious cardiovascular problem caused by this drug. So that drug had to be pulled off the market, and there were lawsuits. I think there's some still going on probably, but it had to be pulled off the market because when they were doing the research, it was so focused on pain management. It was a COX-3 inhibitor. They were so focused on the pain that they didn't look across to say, hey, how is the heart there? Or how is this other things? And yes, they collected data, but they did not extrapolate correctly. Another one, this is a fun one, sildenafil. Sildenafil is commonly known as the blue pill, Viagra, originally designed for pulmonary hypertension.
Yes.
And everybody in that oil, everybody was going, they were marketing it for that until they started doing research and there was wait a minute, there's a side effect.
Yeah.
And nobody had thought about it. So then,
positive one.
Well, positive or negative.
It depends on how you look at it. Okay.
But then they realized we can monetize that side effect.
As opposed to the main agenda as
Correct.
to why it was being created.
Correct. Because this other one is a choice.
Yeah.
This other one is you're ill and you need it. So there's a want and a choice. So you can pay more for a want. A need, we'll take care of it.
The market for the side effect was larger than for the
Indeed. to a point, actually, some people realize that. And they would write the prescription for the pulmonary hypertension because the drug itself, the same drug, different name, was being sold at 1/10 of the price this other one was being sold. Right? So
okay.
they went and
so it's paracetamol being sold under different brand names.
Correct.
So one is expensive than the other.
Correct. One has been shown the indication is this, and one has been shown the indication is this. So this one is $100 per pill.
Yeah.
This one here is $1 per pill.
Yes.
So you find people were actually prescribing this.
Yeah. As opposed to okay.
So yes, there's many cases where a drug
the field disagrees.
Yes, and very few times have you got a drug that's actually up 80%. So normally we'll talk about 65%, and you can sell that drug for that particular indication. If 65% of the people who did the research are positively affected, positively have positive outcomes, then you can sell it for that condition. And that brings another twist to this.
Okay.
The amount of research done in Africa now is about 2.5% of all clinical research. Africa has 20% of the population. And these data centers have, of course, these things change, have less than 1% Africa-specific data for drug
less than
development.
1%.
Correct. For drug development. So things like genetics, all those are things that they don't have.
But whose fault is that?
Tunakuja pole pole. Tunasonga pole pole. So the drugs that are being designed, we are not the primary customers. But how can we change that? One, the research that we talked about. Two, genetics. We need to start building our own systems that will give that data. That's why I'm saying the question you asked. How can we be able to say, hey, big pharma, here's data on Kenyans, on how Kenya do. How do we collect that? And that needs go back to CT. That's what you need, a research mind to build Africa. Because think about it. If we are 20% and our average age in Africa is 19.5, life expectancy is going to around 70 now. So we have 50 years. 50 years to recover your investment.
Yeah.
And we are going to be getting more and more kids. I mean, we are now 20%. We are supposed to be going up.
Yeah.
So this is a big market.
To go back
It's a
to my
huge
question,
market.
yeah. To go back to my question about when you said that less than 1% of data is available, in regards to the African population, right?
Specific African data.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
For research.
And I was asking whose fault is it? City, you were about to say something about that.
Well, what I was going to say is it isn't so much a question of fault. You can actually trace certain myths to a certain beginning or something that contributed significantly. This issue of the discussion that supposedly tried to connect autism to vaccines, what gave it the spark that lit it up was a 1998 publication in the Lancet by a gentleman called Andrew Wakefield. All right? Now, when you talk about measles, mumps, and rubella, MMR as they're called, these are diseases that were known to be found mostly in children. So vaccines the idea was for it to prevent these things. You got measles vaccines, I got them when we were young. The problem then arose when people took this as gospel.
Yes.
So now research had to be done. Now the researches that were conducted debunked literally everything that publication had indicated. Now there are those who argue, oh, Big Pharma fought back. Actually, no. If you look at that study had a sample size of 12 children. 12. Now, 12, and further studies showed that those children also cherry-picked, meaning it wasn't random. Studies of this nature, for them to make sense, there has to be random selection. Meaning you decide not, we'll pick so and so. You use an algorithm that just picks anybody, as we say in Kenya, anyhowly.
Randomized.
Okay? That's why it's called randomized. Most people will not go into the detail of asking, after this publication, what became of it? They stick with what they initially heard, and that for them is gospel. That's why you heard me talking at the very beginning about the need to develop that mind that actually asks, this thing that you speak of, talk to us about the research that was conducted, who it was by, where it was conducted, all the issues around it, the design of the study, everything about it. Because all these questions that you ask will give you a very close proximity as to how reliable that information actually is. Okay? Because by the time you are actually selling, say, a drug to a large enough population, you'll have gone through up to very many phases in your research to the point where you then make it even a multi-site study. So it's not just in one country. You try one in Africa, you try one in India, you try one where. So that when you talk about the drug and how people respond to it, you can safely say, this was our finding in Africa and in this part of Africa. This was our finding in India, in this part of India.
Yes.
The problem is some of these researches tend to be expensive.
Yeah.
But that is what you need to do. Then you're bulletproofed. When somebody asked, you can easily give a response and say, this is what we have done and how we've done it. The myths around what we are saying, none of everything I've said was that none of it was done.
But the reason I was asking whose fault is it as far as the availability or lack thereof of that particular research is when hatuna research facilities hapa zenye zinafanya research.
We do have.
We have Kemri, we have CDC, we have so many others. We keep on funding them directly or indirectly.
No, bro. Just pause a little bit.
Yeah.
Pause a little bit. Kemri has 14 centers.
Yeah.
And each center looks at a specific area of research study.
We have 14 centers.
14.
At 14 different.
I worked for the Center of Microbiology Research.
Right.
I still consult for them even now as I speak to you. That was that one. The Center for Clinical Research. The Center, believe me, there are very many, and they do conduct research.
Yeah. So
I was not talking about an institution like Kemri, whose sole mandate is just research. I was talking about the education system. introducing research as a key and core component in the learning process. So it is not something that you come across when you're now looking for a degree. No, it's something you've understood throughout your learning experience. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and I agree. And also, Dr. touched on it at the beginning of the conversation. But I was just asking, because of that 1% now, so that we can also contribute to that, to take it higher. Are we doing enough research on the continent?
We're doing research. I mean, one of the things, again, that critical thinking, research mind, then we don't have to do things like what you're saying, where once you get your publication, you shelve whatever you had.
Yeah.
So we don't monetize, as opposed to the way the other systems work.
Are you suggesting that we actually have the research, but it's just somewhere in a shelf gathering dust?
We could. I think Cameron, I stand to be.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong, and I stand to be corrected. But I think
No, you're not wrong. But
So if we make it available to be more than 1%,
actually, we could, but listen, the
complicated.
the bulk of the research that we conduct in this country is funded from outside the country.
Exactly.
And so you have to take care of the interest of the person who is funding it.
Correct.
All right?
Correct.
So the intellectual property could be shared, but that is something you agree before you even start conducting the research, the process.
Yes.
What we do have and what we've developed over time are the ethical institutions that can license research. We've developed them. We have very many of them. Very many of our universities actually have them. There was a time when it was only Kenyatta and Kemri, all right? But we've expanded it. It means more and more research can be conducted.
Correct.
so then what I'm gathering, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that someone is keeping this keeping that information somewhere.
No. We have not. So one of the things you
Because
mentioned,
if it's patented to a particular funding or whatever organization.
No. Patents are a completely different thing.
Yeah, but
For there to be a patent, there has to be a product.
Yes.
All right? What you're talking about is intellectual property.
yes.
Right.
Now, intellectual property is when you have the findings and what it is that you want to operationalize it. If, for instance, you are testing a drug, let's say like Truvada, okay? That is an antiretroviral, right?
Yes.
The findings, whether you can use it for PrEP or for PEP or whatever, whatever findings you have will have to be published. You'll have to wait for a peer review of that particular subject. Now, if indeed the results are favorable, then that drug, which is an antiretroviral, can now be sold for other purposes like PEP or PrEP or what have you.
Yes.
But that research will have done that.
Initial
Now,
research.
part of how it is you negotiate as a local partner is the benefits that you will get from it in terms of when it is being sold, because the pharmaceutical company involved in it, okay? How will our people benefit from it? How will we include it in our protocols for healthcare? What will we need to do in terms of training our people to understand how best to administer it? What I'm trying to tell you is there's an entire process that one goes through.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And the thing about it, the AU is doing a lot right now. We're doing a lot even as Africans to move towards that. But remember the infrastructure that has been put together on this. As I said when I started, the primary customer of a lot of these drugs that are being made is not the African patient. And that is why if you look at most of the studies, you just go and look at who was included, who was there. The safest patient in the world is Caucasian male between the age of 18 and 30. Those are the males, white males in the West who are in college and can go for little bucks. They will do the research. Okay. So then you can actually
There'll
everything.
be study subjects.
There'll be study subjects, and all their data will align. If you deviate from that, now we're extrapolating. Now there are scientific methods to extrapolate. That's the same thing with Africans. So we need to start building the system, and I think we have we now have moved towards research funding in Kenya. Those are some of those things that are going to help with developing data. Remember, Africa, like I said, we are the most genetically diverse continent in the world. So you can't just extrapolate that they look African. They can no. they are even in Kenya itself. I mean, last week you read something about Turkanas and how they deal with water and how their organs actually need less water than organs of other people. That is genetic, that is epigenetics. Now you're starting, the body has started mutating towards the conditions and the environmental conditions. So we have different environmental conditions in Africa, for example, and every place has their own benefits and where the body has to adjust.
Okay.
So we can do more, and we probably need to have that inquisitive mind to do more.
Dr. We have literally 1 minute to go. Do we know what causes autism?
The easy answer there is no. We put things together and assume it is, because if we did, if we had a source,
Would
we'd
we
go
be
down to
guessing
source.
about the vaccines and Tylenol and all these other things?
Correct. We just go to the IT and say, I mean, we know, this is what it is, and we solve that. So we don't know, and that's why there's more research on it. And I actually wonder sometimes, are we putting too much into this? Now, I am not sipuuzi wale ambao wazazi ama people who are going through autism. I'm not trying to downplay it. I'm just saying, there are cases that are actually, and I have a few friends who have kids who have autism, and I understand that. But I'm just saying, how are we going to be able to get the politics out so that we do the science? The science right now is so marked by so much politics and proving points here and there. And you can't prove a point and still get good research from it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perhaps that's why you need doctors in politics that can control the politics from that direction.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps, yeah?
Indeed.
All right. Thank you so much for coming through.
This was
has
fun.
Yes, it has actually been a fun conversation.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed every little bit of it. I've learned a lot more than I thought I knew, especially about autism, considering I've had these conversations over and over with different professionals. So thank you so much for availing yourself.
Most welcome, and I really appreciate this.
All right. So this is where we take a short break. Coming right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The United Nations Security Council has approved the transformation of the Kenya-led multinational security support mission in Haiti into a more heavily armed and expanded gang suppression force. This new force is backed by a newly established UN support office and the Organization of American States. The resolution passed on Tuesday, so 12 members vote in favor, including Algeria, Denmark, France, Greece, Guyana, Panama, South Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Somalia, and the United Kingdom. The new mission is set for initial period of 12 months, although exact deployment timelines have not yet been disclosed. The MSS mission is scheduled to expire on Thursday, October 2nd. The government has intensified its efforts to address the ongoing drought crisis. This comes after Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku flagged off a major consignment of relief food to Mandera and Turkana counties, two of the regions most severely affected by prolonged dry spell. The dispatch took place at the National Cereals and Produce Board depot in Nairobi. Ruku called on the private sector, NGOs and local leaders to collaborate with government to ensure no Kenyan sleeps hungry.
Through the Ministry of Special Program is that we should be on high alert as a ministry, as a state department, to ensure no Kenyan, wherever corner of this country is, whether remote or not remote, that no Kenyans who is supposed to face starvation or food insecurity.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has arrested a senior clerical officer at the Kericho County Lands Registry over allegations of receiving bribe to process land documents According to the commission, Darlington Kipkurui Mutai was apprehended on Tuesday by officers from the South Rift Regional Office after he allegedly demanded and collected 210,000 Kenyan shillings from a resident. The money was said to be a facilitation fee for preparing title deeds for 2 parcels of land. Nandi County Senator Samson Cherargei has decried the poor state of road from Dry's Junction in Timburoa to Naiberi in Uasin Gishu County. This is despite its completion less than 3 years ago at a cost of 1.8 billion Kenyan shillings. While seeking for a statement from the House Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing, Cherargei said the road has already become impassable, terming it evidence of shoddy workmanship and a wastage of public funds.
The Speaker, sir, despite the construction of this road having been completed less than 3 years ago, it has deteriorated and is now unmotorable, clearly indicating that the work was standard at 1.8 billion of the taxpayers' money. Yet its current condition clearly indicates a significant misutilization of funds with an intention of paying retention money of over 480 million Kenyan shillings and handing over that has not been clear by Kera to Kenya without the clear scope of works.
Atletico Madrid manager Diego Simeone has been given a 1-match ban for unsporting conduct by UEFA following his clash with Liverpool supporters at Anfield earlier in September. After Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk scored a 92nd minute winner in Atletico's 3-2 defeat, Simeone reacted after he appeared to be goaded by a small number of home fans. The Argentine complained to the fourth official with a number of stewards positioned between him and Liverpool supporters. He missed his side's 5-1 win over German side Eintracht Frankfurt in the Champions League on Tuesday. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh yes, indeed. It is now 8:06 in the AM. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. City Muga is in the studio. This is Radio Generation. You can find us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, everywhere. That's where we are. And in this particular hour, we are privileged to have the MP for Nambale Constituency, that is Geoffrey Mulanya. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana Radio Generation.
Thank you so much, and asanteni sana.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
I was just asking, asking you before we went live. So much is happening in Parliament right now. Of course, we know what happened a couple of months ago. Was it months or weeks ago? When the president came out and said that the Parliament is a center of corruption. And I've not had a single MP to ask this question. And now that you're here in front of me, wacha nikuulize. Hiyo mambo president alisema mulichukulia namna gani?
Hatu kuichukulia vizuri, sababu hayo madai hata sisi tulishtuka nayo. Na tulimwambia afafanue zaidi.
Yes.
Akasema anajaribu kuangalia. Sababu hii ni nyumba kubwa. Tuko wabunge 347.
Right.
So ukisema kwamba ati kuna alisema hakusema
center of corruption.
Yes, no, hakusema center of corruption. Alisema kuna wenzetu ambao wanaenda wanachukua pesa katika idara mbalimbali za serikali.
Okay.
Wakisema wanaenda bunge, lakini hata mwenyewe alisema hiyo pesa haifikii wabunge. So hata sisi unajua wakisema kama hivyo tungesema kwamba achukue mmoja wao apeleke yeye, sisi tutafurahi, sababu unapata mwenzako mmoja na haribu sifa zenu.
So wait, did you just say that he said there were brokers who are receiving bribes?
Yes, said that,
behalf of
yes, and he said, if you can go back to the clip, he said that alisema kwamba kuna wenzeni walichukua kwanza, kuna mswada fulani ule wa conflict of interest,
right,
na hiyo ni bill ilikuwa serikali, akasema kwamba alichukua pesa na kauliza wabunge, hiyo pesa huyu alichukua kwa niaba ya wabunge wale ambao kwa hiyo kamati mlipata. In fact, wanachama hiyo kamati yenye ilikuwa inahusika ni kamati ya JLAC, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee,
right,
na
right,
members walishtuka sababu sasa wajui ni nani na hakutaja ni fulani. Sasa hata sisi tunangoja president atuambie fulani huyu niko na intelligence, yeye alichukua pesa mahali fulani, na alikula, because alisema
he actually said that he consumes raw intelligence.
Yes, and na akasema kwamba aliuliza wabunge, hiyo pesa mliambia, huyu mwenzeni alichukua, najua amukupata, mlipata,
right?
Tukasema hakuna mwenye anajua kama hiyo pesa ilifika, na ndio tulikuwa nasikia hiyo madai mara ya kwanza. So hata sisi kama wabunge tungependa kwamba rais aseme ni nani, kama ni Mlanya niambia, aseme wewe Mlanya, wewe ulipokea kuliko kuweka wenzetu wote chini ya basi. Sababu unajua sasa akisema bunge hivi na sasa bila kutaja mwenye amefanya haya maneno, inakuwa ukitembea vile wewe umekutana na mimi leo umenakaa tu mimi ni kateli ya kufanya hayo maneno.
Okay, all right. Perhaps he will. Let's wait and see how that happens. Yeah,
that he won't do.
That's why I said perhaps.
That he will not do.
Yeah. But we'll pray that he does, so that some of us are exonerated from this general blanket condemnation.
But you see, the discussion about the money is being framed as a bribe.
Yes.
Whereas, if we look at a country that we like referring to as the US, they have a system which allows for influence to be peddled through what they call lobbyists. Whenever you have a body that makes laws, a body that determines the division of the spoils that comes within, and we have that, it's a budget-making parliament. I may have an interest, and I may want the budget to favor an interest that I have. Up to that point, there's nothing wrong with it. But our laws must allow for it.
Exactly.
So why is it then that the legislators who make the law, why has a bill not been taken to parliament so that you can have such a law, so that people know that if you want to peddle influence, this is the path that you follow?
So are you suggesting that perhaps they introduce a law whereby they can be given a legit brown envelope?
No, it will now not be a legit brown envelope, because when you create a law, there are false safes. It's not just blanket. So long as you follow this route, you can give as much. No, one, there'll be ceilings, there'll be how you can do it. There's a whole lot of things that you have to do.
But at the end of the day, they will receive money.
Yes, because we are living in a world where we have to face realities. If I am a business person, I would like certain things to favor me. It's not complicated. If I manufacture fertilizer, I would like a law that makes it possible for me to do my business well. And legislation would help me do that. I would like to influence that legislation.
From where I sit, I don't think that I will encourage to have such a legislation.
No, but what he's suggesting
our democracy
is if it's the reality and if it really has to happen, then we just put it in the law.
One, I'll say that it doesn't happen. You know, whatever people say outside here and what goes on in parliament are two different things.
Okay.
When you say that the way it's done in the US, their democracy and their parliament is far much superior to our parliament.
Is it?
How so?
You look at the legislation around even elections on the qualification for you to be a member of parliament. First of all, here we have even refused to legislate on academic qualification.
Peke yake.
So understanding the issue of members, everybody to understand that we have the legislation that you can come and peddle influence to this level, so that your mobilization will be done for you to go, and so that we go and reason together becomes difficult. Here what happens mostly, it is party whipping.
Okay.
When you are in this party, you are just being told that you go and support, this is our business. If you don't, your party wants to de-whip you.
Okay.
Are you getting it? So I'm saying there are so many things to be done before we can get to a level whereby independently a member can go and say, listen to a bill and say, this one I want to pass it.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, help me understand how this whipping is done. So you're an independent member of Parliament.
Member of Parliament.
Yes. So you don't belong to any party.
I don't belong to any party. Yes.
But for those who belong to parties, so there's UDA, there's ODM, there's Wiper.
Yes.
So how is whipping done exactly? Because I could be an MP, alafu mimi ni MP wa Wiper, and maybe they want to pass a certain law, which I don't agree with. So they will. How will they convince me to actually agree to this particular thing that I feel for my constituents it doesn't make sense for the people who voted for me?
You know, very few members defy party directions.
Okay.
But majority, 8 out of 10, will follow what the party leader has said.
Okay.
So even if you have a good law, and maybe you are in Wiper is not supporting government. The bill is pro-government. Your party leader say, we don't want this. Once he makes
even if it is good for the country.
Once he makes a pronunciation about it, the region where you come from, because now these party leaders, those that have zoning in this country.
Yes.
So you also maybe come from that region. So you'll just align with what he has said and just go and say no without even reasoning, without thinking about it. That's what is happening, to be very honest.
Yes.
So if you are in UDA and your party leader has said this is the direction you're taking, there's no way you'll defy, because when you defy, even the voters will also not spare you.
Okay.
So that's how it's done actually. It's not that maybe you are told don't do this, but what normally happens is that the party leader makes pronunciation that is against that particular proposition. So it's your own decision to align with what he has said.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Okay.
And align with your region and the voter.
Okay.
But Mheshimiwa, we are not that far behind. What are our laws on, say, for instance, election contributions or the amount of money that we are allowed to spend? We attempted to cap it.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. We attempted, but even the other day, in the committee I sit in, CIOC, where I was with the IBC last week, we discussed it. They say they are going to bring it back again. There were attempts. But you see now, when they come, the people you want to, now this is how it becomes difficult. Like even this thing of contributions. You come and gag MPs don't participate in Harambes. But we have opponents on the ground. They are not MPs. The voter there are used to Harambe. So you gag me, but now my opponent, who is not a member of Parliament, is allowed to participate. So he's contributing. So these people says, you are mean, this one is good. He's helping us.
So he has an advantage for you.
Advantage over you. That's how things. Now the MP said, no, we are not being disadvantaged. Even the thing of the election financing, it's very difficult to go about it. Kenyans, they know majani. You cannot, and by the way, sometimes when you look at it, personally, this is my personal opinion.
Right.
You invite people to come and listen to you, manifest on what you're going to do to them, and blah, 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 blah. Maybe you put them in a central place. These people have come as far as maybe 2-3 kilometers from the interior outside there to come to the shopping center where you are. They have been waiting in the scorching sun. You have not given them lunch, no water. So even if you give them 100 just to buy water or any soft drink, to me, so they'll be mean to say, I've received something. Because of maybe the hardships, they go to use it in their home. To you, whatever you have given them, maybe you will have bought them water. Even you, when you are invited to a function, you will find you'll be provided water, soft drinks, but no money.
The point that you make is a valid one, but that's one side of the argument.
Yes.
The other side of the argument, if I'm to look at, because we're speaking traditionally, if I come to you and to visit you, do I bring my own food or do you have food to give me when I come to visit you? When I come to visit you, should I come with my own food?
You see?
Simple enough question.
No.
I cannot come with my own food.
You can't come. Some don't want to entertain you.
The reason why I'm saying this is, when we take the view that a political leader is not a servant, but rather the boss, then the narrative of you having to give takes center stage. If you're somebody who is there to serve the people, it is the people who should look after your interests, not the other way around. Because what you're doing for them You're representing them in bringing about things which they as individuals cannot do. That representation, all of them they cannot do it. So they have appointed you. So you're the servant. The narrative of ensuring that those who come for our meetings get money. In the villages, people walk those 3 kilometers when they're going to the market, when they're going to visit relatives. They walk it anyway. You're not asking them to walk 20 kilometers to come for.
We don't even force it. And they don't even say you must give us.
They do. They do. The issue of money to voters is a problem because they demand.
And it has been there
they demand.
Since time immemorial. So it's very difficult to change that narrative from our people. But looking at it, when I campaigned, there are areas where I could go and then nobody would even ask a shilling from me.
Have you ever been to a meeting
Yes.
where you've called and those people have organized some uji or some tea?
Yes.
That's precisely what I mean.
But now that is town hall and the in-house. But when you go to marketplace, now these are a group of people. It's very difficult for them to do those kind of things.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But as a politician, there'll be micro situations where you actually go into a community. Ni kwao. Where ndio umeenda kwao. And in the majority, when you have a big rally, it's usually when you want to consolidate the various places that you've been going to. The point I'm trying to make, Mheshimiwa, is this. We have internalized and accepted the idea that our people are poor and we must find ways of alleviating that poverty. Giving them water to drink is not how you alleviate poverty. They must be able to understand, first of all, how to depend on themselves. Kujisimamia. They must.
I agree with you.
And the problem is they are too dependent on the political leaders. And there are very many political leaders who like it exactly that way. They want to be dependent upon. And yet, as an individual, there's a limit to what you can do. There always is.
Perhaps maybe, Mheshimiwa, allow me to ask this question in that same breath. For you, for the people of Nambale,
yes,
what is empowerment and development for them, in your words?
The word empowerment is broader.
Okay.
As a member of parliament, individually, it becomes difficult for that I can say that I can empower my people. But I can help them through various organizations and government, for them to be empowered by creating community-based groups and bringing projects. Which individually, my own resources, I'll be lying to people that I have resources that I can go and maybe give 1 million or 2 million to a specific youth group for them to be empowered.
Yes.
But development is an issue that, they say that is a preserve of the devolved unit and the national government. But us, what we do through representation, we ensure that our areas are developed.
Okay.
So that we follow up and through at national level to ensure that they have electricity, they have the roads are made by the national government, the national roads, through the NGCDF, which we are only patrons, is a national government kitty. The schools, we have proper infrastructure. The administrations, they have also infrastructure for them to deliver services, and even security, which is police officers. They also we have police stations in areas where there is insecurity.
Okay.
So that's what majorly what we do. Because when people say the members of parliament role is legislation, oversight and representation. This representation, me as a Mulanya, interpretation of it is broader.
The representation?
Representation. The national cake is there for everybody and is being shared at the National Assembly, whereby through the budget making process.
Okay.
When you divide revenue into the and distribute it to the various parts in this country, you cannot do that and fail to follow up to ensure that what is Nambale getting from the national government. That's representation. Because not every member, not every resident of Nambale will come to follow up for development projects in Nairobi.
Yeah.
They have elected Geoffrey Mulanya to represent them and ensure that Nambale is developed.
Mheshimiwa, I agree with you. Like, for instance, I am a great supporter of NGCDF.
Yes.
And my position doesn't change. That money should remain with members of parliament for a simple reason. Long before devolution, I saw what
was there.
And I also saw what the CDF did. There are complaints about it, as there should be. But in the absence of that CDF, there are very many things that would never have been done. Never. The people would never have seen it. We can talk about county governments now because CDF gave us an indication of what...
How to devolve.
Yes.
Funds.
Because that was devolved. Because you knew when this money comes here, you knew you could go to the MP and say... And when you got smart MPs, you would find they would call their councillors and they would tell them, this is the money we have and this is how we are going to divide it.
Exactly.
Now, focus on the projects that you have. So the ward level would actually get projects.
Exactly.
Now, you see, I see it in that light. The idea of giving this money to governors is a terrible idea.
Exactly.
Terrible because they get billions and they haven't indicated to us that they are good stewards of that money that they get. I'm not convinced.
You know, the problem is at the Senate level. It's just about legislation.
Yeah.
Even CDF, when they also had teething problems when they started. But time and time, we have had...
Senate level, what exactly is the Senate doing or not doing?
The Senate is not coming up with proper legislation on how funds at the devolved units are supposed to be used.
Okay.
And that's why we have a lot of pilferage. We are losing money. You see now, every governor coming in, he wants to employ everybody. So the recurrent budget is now bigger than development budget. When you come to NGCDF, for sure the recurrent budget is 0.1%.
0.1%?
Yeah. Which NGCD, that's why you see the projects. You, apart from the you know now, the funds manager is paid by the national government.
Okay.
The only thing the committee members, we elect 7 of them, these are paid allowances only when they sit. Then they'll have around 4 or 5 staff now fully employed by NGCDF on contract of 5 years.
And they are paid directly by...
No, they pay from this kit now, this one. But there are very few. You know, the highest earner there, it maybe is 20,000, 25,000.
This is per what? Month or sitting?
Per month.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can see how, you know now, that's why I'm telling that the recurrent budget is 0.1% of the kit.
Yeah.
So the entire money goes to the target development.
Okay.
And that's why when you move around, you will see NGCDF. Every school, you go there. And by the way, countrywide, we have met colleagues. Even you come to my own constituency. Any school that you will have a mud wall classroom.
Yes.
Is an ECD class, which belongs to county governments.
The irony.
That's the irony. And the other day we were saying, but to be fair, in fact, this ECD education, early childhood education, should be brought back to the national government. Because you see, when you leave the county government, and they're doing nothing about it, it's a big disservice because those young kids, they need better structure than the other ones who are more
older.
Am I lying?
No, you're not. Because actually, the point at which a lot of focus should be given is that ECD.
ECD, yes.
Because that's when the building blocks in those children's lives are actually being created, and they are amenable to adjusting and fitting with these building blocks. So you're talking about the process, the educators, the environment. That is where the attention should be focused.
I would be advocate that we move ECD education back
to the national government.
Yes. Okay. So that we you know, education. We cannot say that early childhood and vocational training we take it to devolve unit.
Right.
Primary, secondary, and tertiary. Now we take national government. Why are we doing that?
In terms of legislation, back in Parliament, just how difficult or easy is it to pass legislation? Because again, when we go back to the issue of whipping, party alignments, what the party leader is saying, and all those other things, just how difficult, and especially now you that you're an independent member, how difficult or how easy is it to legislate in Parliament? Because to be honest, I don't know how many laws are passed in whatever period of time.
There are many.
Yeah.
There are many. It depends. You see, when you come up here with private members' bill,
yeah,
the government will scrutinize it thoroughly. If they agree with you, they will allow you to pass. If they don't agree with you, it will be difficult for you even to get it through.
Okay.
Because you see,
why would the government disagree with an independent candidate, for example?
You know,
or a private member's bill?
It doesn't align with their interests.
Yes, doesn't align with their interests. Yes, put it properly. Yes.
I mean, I might not disagree with CT, but if he gives me any idea that will make me money, I will flow with it. Or an idea that is for the benefit of the people.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. And you know, in Parliament, like today, Wednesday is private members' bills. Just one day. Monday and Thursday, all bills are initiated by the leader of government, which is the majority leader. So that tells you that if the bills are being initiated by the leader of government or the majority leader in Parliament, that is a government bill. So they have 2 days, we have 1 day. But now, this 1 day, not that is entirely on the private members' morning sessions, and afternoon we still have partly the government business to be introduced. So when you come up with a private member's bill, if it is not popular, it does not align with the government business, then even for you to see it on the get approval,
yes,
it becomes a problem. It will take time.
Okay.
It will take time.
And that is one of the ways to try
it will queue somewhere. Yes.
Ndio uanze kusema okay fine guys, I'm independent but I'm not independent.
Yes. It will queue somewhere.
Yeah.
Are you getting it? You get what I mean?
Of course I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Something I didn't I've seen it, I just didn't expect it and to understand it the way you've put it. In terms of rating members of parliament, how do we tell that the MP for Nambale, for instance, is performing good than the one for Langata? What do they use to gauge and say, oh, this one? Because we see a lot of performance indices.
Now the pollsters, the way they do it, I've never worked with them, so I don't know. So that one becomes difficult even for me to come and say.
Yeah.
But I'll say ordinarily the person who can rate me better is the voter in Nambale, the resident of Nambale.
Right.
I may be rated nationally that I'm the best, but the people of Nambale are not happy with what the services I offer. Yeah. So
and there is no internal one for parliament to let's call it like a performance contract.
Internally,
where
how?
You,
because you see, we perform at the constituency level. Not debate here. The way, as I said, in our country where we are, we are not at the level of the US, the UK, those developed worlds, whereby your work is pure legislation. When you come here, you concentrate. You concentrate in terms of legislation. I'm here, but that representation bit will be the one to determine whether I come back or not.
Yeah.
Not legislation. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
Because you must, you go there, you find that this road is bad.
Yeah.
You must go to the minister and tell the minister, because the government is not in the village. You are the people's representative in the village of Nambale to come and tell them, here they want a bridge. Here, this institution, we need maybe proper infrastructure. The NGSDF amount I have is not enough. We want blah blah ABCD. Are you getting it? All these things you must move around. Follow up, write to ministries, follow up with them, explain to them,
now
so that they can send their technical team to the ground.
You as my MP now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that
you follow up even with
we follow up. Yes, we follow up quite a lot. Quite a lot. Yesterday I was in 3 ministries trying to follow up and try and inform them that we have all these challenges that is affecting the people of Nambale. So, and that one, when you do it in parliament here, nobody has the record of what you're doing, the representation part of it.
All right.
Are you getting my point?
Yes.
So the only record they have is legislation.
Okay.
And oversight. And the oversight bit, it becomes difficult also to rate me. Maybe you can rate me as an independent, but I'm a party member. It becomes difficult because the members who belong to political parties, they don't oversight government on their own. They oversight through their leader, party leader. You only follow what the party leader said. Whether it's right or wrong, you follow it. But we see it daily.
What you're saying actually represents the reality of our politics. But this reality, in fact, if you ask me, then is what hampers our development the most. And I'm going to explain what I mean. You see, the idea that what the party leader or the party leadership says is what goes already then introduces a concept that is likely to stifle the very process of debate that you will have, so that somebody actually convinces you about what they're saying.
And the democracy.
Yes, it does. So the representation part is already stifled because I may have an idea that is different, but because the party has said this, I have no option but to toe the line.
Because now, taking that literally into context, it's like democracy ends after voting.
Exactly. And in fact,
not ends, it's stifled. The democracy exists. It's not as though you can't disagree with your party leader. You can, but there'll be consequences.
Yes, and the same voters, but not even through their party leader. When this particular party leader says that I'm your leader here, but Mulanya keeps on, is not aligning with us, our interest.
Mulanya is in trouble.
Mulanya, I'm in trouble. Those fellows will not say that I'm a good debater on the floor of the house. They'll just throw me out.
And actually, you're right. They will not even look at what you have managed to get in terms of what you put in the budget, in terms of the development they have seen.
They'll not.
What the party leader says will supersede all these
things. You have done, and you'll go home.
So, Mheshimiwa, then, I'm tempted to ask, what the hell?
The voter is the problem. If this thing of regional...
How am I the problem?
You are, because we retreat into regional, to tribal cocoons.
Yes.
You'll
Mheshimiwa, allow me to interrupt you.
Yeah.
When you say you retreat into tribal cocoons, you're implying that the time we leave the
we
cocoon.
were out of those cocoons.
Are we ever really out of those cocoons?
No, you only come out of it after the election, general elections. You know, this is my analysis again. I've been following politics keenly even before I was elected. And you realize that during a by-election, members have a better choice. The election is so, the competition is so stiff than in a general election. In a general election, it tends to, the wave is with the
prevailing party.
Prevailing party in that region. If I come from ODM zone, I win the ODM ticket. Okay? The ODM party leader say is final.
Ni hivyo.
I don't need to struggle tell them what I'm going to do. Are you getting my point? If I come from the UDA zone, the UDA party leader is the one to say, I don't need to go and tell people that I'll come and do ABCD. Yeah.
So then, I'm going back to where you said the voter is the problem.
Yes.
Yes. Please explain that to me, because I'm a voter.
You know, this thing of these regional parties, okay, when you retreat, that you say, this is our party, and then say, you go back to your village and say, hapa kunaenda aje, kura imesimama hapa aje, wanasema tuko kwa fulani presidential candidate. Then you also
go and align.
You aligned with the tribesmen.
Right.
Yes. So as now, without knowing, you even don't know that person, but you just say, okay, walisema ni fulani ni 6 piece.
Tuende na.
You vote even the people you don't know. Am I lying?
No.
You even vote for people you don't know, because your people told you hapa tuko hivi.
Actually, you are right. We do. Even especially in town.
Yes.
If you follow that 6-piece doctrine, once you're in that booth, okay, and I've decided I'm supporting ODM.
Unaangalia machunga iko
after tu chungwa bali iko.
The MP, I have no clue who that person is.
Could be a thug.
The MCA, I have even less clue.
Yes, you don't know. Then after that,
I may know the senator, maybe, and the governor elects and the presidential candidate. But
anyone below that,
I really don't know these people.
You just tick and move on. That's why the problem is.
But Mheshimiwa, let me ask you this question, because this is something that interests me. I'm listening to what you're saying. Why did you get into politics?
You know, it's something. Politics is. I can say that from the time I was growing up, I've been following. My mother was in politics, not as elective, but one of the leaders for the elected leaders to try the mobilizers. She was a mobilizer for now 3 members of parliament. So they used to come when we were young. Then I got attracted. At school, then I joined debate clubs. Then I read newspapers about what happened in parliament and ABC. Then I just became addicted.
And even at school, people knew that you are somebody who enjoyed debate and you were interested in
Yes, at high school level.
Did they ever give you a nickname? Because,
no, I was not given a nickname.
Because I remember in a time when there were, say, some of these committees that were formed.
Yes.
We had a classmate of mine who also liked debate. He was called Mwangale. Mwangale Manga. And the reason we call him Mwangale Manga,
alikuwa Manga.
No, there's a Mwangale commission on the death of J.
Mwangale, yes, Elijah Mwangale.
Yes.
Yes.
Because this man led that commission in that time, this gentleman got that nickname. The reason I'm asking the question is this.
Yes.
The reasons why people go into politics very much determine the type of politics they practice. Because there are people who have the best of intentions, they get into politics and they get lost. There are people who have the best of intentions and throughout their career they are striving to try and do the very things that they said. What sort of politician would you say you are? Given the two categories I've given. The sort that gets lost and the one who is determined to fulfill whatever it is they said they were going to do.
I'm so determined to fulfill what I want.
Why?
Just because, I love my people and my people love me. You can imagine becoming independent in an ODM-dominated zone, whereby everybody elected is on ODM. But when ODM refused to do party primaries, and they went and dished out the ticket to someone else, the people said, this is the person we have liked his ideas, we have listened to him, he has walked around, sold his idea to us, and we believe that he will represent us better. And then they gave me 19,000 votes against ODM candidate 9,000. Something that was in the entire county. I
had not been seen.
Yeah, I had not been seen.
Because your county is...
So now you feel that, Busia County is an ODM county. They call it Orange County number 1. But
someone would think that is probably Kisumu or Siaya.
Yes, because we neighbors here. Busia neighbors, Bondo, so that we are the nearest to. When we want Raila to be president, we know now our neighbor is here.
Actually,
we feel it.
He's right, because if you go to parts of Busia,
yes,
some border Alego,
yes,
some border Ugenya,
exactly,
and you're the same. Okay,
and
they even share markets.
We share market and everything.
Okay.
So,
like for instance, if you go to those sides of Alego Usonga,
yes,
there's a market called Ruambwa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's the Busia side, but it is shared by the people who come from a place called Nyadorero.
Yes. It's true.
Yes.
Okay. There's a question here, Mheshimiwa, from a viewer, anajita Prof. Prof anauliza, what difference does it make to align with the leader? Most MPs don't get re-elected back anyway. What the viewer here is trying to suggest is that after all that alignment, ukirudi kwa ground bado watu wakutaki. Can you speak to that?
There are two ways. You must become extremely loyal to the party leader, and the party leader will do everything if they control the area to ensure that you get that party ticket. So when you get the party ticket, you'll just get back. But if you are not also loyal to the party leader, he's not sure about your loyalty. You are in between. Then when primaries come,
yes,
then you lose it. The party will not come to intervention. he leaves you to go away. Yeah.
Jingangania sasa.
Once you lose it, he moves on with the new person
But
that comes in.
have we had a situation whereby a member of parliament was chungwa damu, for instance, or any other damu, and then they on election day they are told, you didn't serve us as the public, you served your party leader, so we don't want you.
No. But not through general election.
Yes.
Maybe in a by-election. Yeah. And I believe you understand that. In a general election, you have, the interest is not even the member of parliament, by the way, in this country. In a general election, what matters is the presidential candidate. From where you are, people's interest is about the president. And if people are so determined that we must get a president in this region,
yes,
then the people under that presidential candidate, they'll be just elected.
There's Millie L.O. Parties are expected to have structures that allow for debate within the party before a party takes position. Well, you're not in a party, but you see what your colleagues in parties do. Do they have structures where they actually debate within themselves, their own democracies, before they say, okay, fine, as the party, this is the direction we're taking?
No.
They don't debate. It's what the mdosi amesema.
Yeah, there are no debates, and there's no, you cannot even have consensus on what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just be given directions. This is what this is our position. Let's go with it.
The voter is not the problem. The problem is the parties, the politicians, and the system.
How?
My friend, the party is not a party if it doesn't have members.
Yes, the members are the one who control the yes.
And the members are the voters.
The members are the voters. Exactly.
So you really can't run away.
You can't run away from it.
See, the truth is this: there's a way in which we have cemented a certain way of doing our politics.
Yes.
Okay? And the question one should ask is it really serving our interests? Does it really bring about the changes that people elect leaders for?
Let me expound on that point first of all. The one that you just asked, what the listener there asked. And I take you back. Maybe you look younger.
Yes.
I may be older than you. He's much older than me.
Yeah. I'm younger than everyone here.
Yes. In terms of history, he understands what maybe I want to say.
Yes.
Around 1997, I was still in high school.
Okay.
And you remember those the party called NDP, was it NDP, the one for the current former prime?
LDP.
Yes. No, there was LDP, there was NDP.
NDP.
Yes.
When NDP was formed, it was a splinter from Ford Kenya, the one that there was Jaramogi's party. So the Honorable Raila Odinga moved out of Ford Kenya, formed NDP. But the original Ford Kenya members who were supporting Jaramogi, Anyang' Nyong'o, James Orengo, I'm just naming those ones from Luo Nyanza.
Okay.
They defied and said, as you know, we don't align with Raila's ideologies. They were very good debaters, very good politicians. How far did they go? I just answer the
There's a time.
They had to come and align properly.
There's a time James Orengo actually ran for president. Yes. And he was in the ballot.
James Orengo, even with the party politics, ODM, he defeated Raila.
Yes.
In a position within the party.
Exactly. Kenya.
They were peers. They were at the same level. But you see, the point Mheshimiwa makes is an extremely valid and probably one that we should look at.
Right.
It is true. Some of, as they call the Vigogo of that party, from Luo Nyanza, whether it was Achieng' Oneko, and all those, they supported Kijana Wamalwa. The thinking then was this, and this was according to Jaramogi. Our relatives and in-laws from Luya land have supported us. We need to have a situation where we also support them.
Exactly.
And Kijana Raila did not seem to agree with that idea.
I want to take it over. And
he did not seem to share that idea. But there's something which he saw, or probably didn't, but which there was a younger population of people who liked his politics.
Exactly.
Because when we went to the ballot, his people, the people who supported him, got more votes than the Luos who had remained in Fort Kenya. In fact, the old guard, they were all removed.
Exactly.
So there's something about the politics that he seemed to have understood.
Yes.
And he was appealing to a certain generation. You know why I'm giving.
From that time, they have remained loyal to date. He's here, he'll tell you.
You see, the thing about our politics is you sometimes need to go back into history to understand how it is that certain things moved in a certain direction. All right? The party that we now call ODM, okay? It too suffered the same splinter that Ford Kenya had suffered. And Ford Kenya, remember, was a splinter from Ford.
Yes. Right. The main Ford.
The main Ford. There was Ford Asili.
No, you went to two. Ford Asili and Ford Kenya. Ford Kenya.
Yes. And then there was also Ford people, don't forget.
And Ford people came later.
Yes.
Ford Asili bado lakini haiko yo chama iko bado.
It hasn't been registered.
Yeah, but it doesn't have an elective.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So the point is, if you understand that part of our politics, we were creating what Mheshimiwa has been discussing here, where at that point in time, the party leader as we know it didn't actually exist. Not really. Not in the format it does. But right now, what we have, we solidified it so that now the party leader ndio wakusema.
Kabisa.
And just look at any party leader. Look at any in the country. Take your pick.
Kitambo party leader hakuanga na hiyo nguvu.
Not really. If you look at a party like Ford and the diversity of people within it, okay? People from very many communities.
Exactly.
So this uniformity of community that these parties currently represent wasn't quite there.
That was replicated in ODM when they had the Pentagon. 207. Because you had leaders from the regional leaders. Now we don't have a single voice to control this. But after that, now everything died, as he has said. So you cannot say that the parties can sit down and say we debate internally and come to a decision as a party, and this is our position.
You will say that, but the position is known. Even as you're talking, it is known.
It is known.
So when we had chama cha baba na mama, that is Kanu. Yeah, so I'm assuming things were even worse there. There was absolutely...
Of course, that one belonged to a sitting president.
Yes.
So that time is the president's voice, because you can't defy. It becomes difficult.
And our constitution gave him all the powers he needed.
He could do anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you are expelled from Kanu, you cannot even vie.
Anywhere.
Yeah, before multi-party came in.
You look like an outcast.
Yeah. So what they will do, they'll just expel you from the party. Then you're out.
There was a disciplinary committee that they had that would summon you.
Yes.
I sometimes look back and I say, the determination of the sitting was already predetermined.
Oh, definitely.
It was just a formality.
You just came there.
To be told, if your face. Cross your mind.
It can. It will never. It will never. The excitement, in fact, the first thing in the first place in you will not allow you to have a proper conscience.
To have an alternative thought.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking at our politics right now, and a lot is happening. Something was in the paper yesterday. I'm forgetting how exactly, but let me paraphrase. They were saying that the DP role, the DP position rather, is in jeopardy because it might shift to a different region, and they were saying that it might even go to an ODM region or to the Luya community. Is that something that you can see from the dealings in Parliament, that perhaps that is a direction that our politics is taking?
No, we have not seen such a thing in Parliament because, some of these things, that level of politics is not played in Parliament, actually. That level of politics is played outside in the arena of the public, in the public arena. So whereby the DP position goes to the numbers and other things.
Yes.
So when you are presenting a candidate, you align with a team that you know that gives strength to win election. But if I read the president a lot and analyze his actions, he has a lot of confidence in the current deputy president. The stories may be written in newspapers, but I really highly doubt if the president will drop the current deputy president.
Well, not necessarily drop him today.
No, even as a running mate. You see now, you know, loyalty also pays. You look at the person whom you align well, you work properly with. So,
but you know, he could be and he is actually loyal. We have seen what he does. We have seen that he aligns, and literally whatever he says, you can tell it's coming from, you know, higher up. But now there's this other issue of the broad-based government situation, where Raila came in with his team of experts. And of course, they have interest. They didn't just come for the benefit of the country. That might have been part of the reason, but we also know there are other interests as well. Do you think that might play a huge role in who is going to be President Ruto's running mate in 2027?
I don't think so, because the issue of there's the other areas they can show you, the other dangling fruits that they can
low hanging fruits
that the people in broad-based can still enjoy,
right,
rather than the
position of DP.
Yes, the DP's position.
Yeah,
I highly doubt that the president will opt for a different candidate apart from Professor Kithure Kindiki. Yeah, from where I sit.
Yes, because again, ODM being who they are, Raila Odinga being who he is, we know he doesn't necessarily like playing second fiddle unless he's going to benefit tremendously from that particular position, and for his people, of course, in the Orange Party. That said, are we saying that perhaps come 2027 then Raila will withdraw his support for the president?
For what reasons now?
Because ODM probably will want a bigger part of that cake. That is the presidency, the ministries, and everything that comes with it.
You see, maybe, you know, at that level, if you are told that you are ODM, we have 22 cabinet slots, we are giving you 8 or 9. It's much better than even a DP position. Yeah, for a region. And even for to strengthen your base, whereby you distribute this into various parts where you control.
Yes.
Then have one position that will go to maybe one region. The other region, they feel that they have lost out and they stop supporting you. Yeah.
So we are seeing a possibility of ODM and UDA going beyond just 2027.
Yeah, of course.
Broad-based government.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
2027, I foresee a situation whereby ODM and UDA will be in the same coalition. Yeah, which is better for us.
Someone was actually saying that perhaps the president might not even run on a UDA ticket, might even end up running on an ODM ticket, of which he's still a member of.
No, he can't be a member. He's a former member. No, the law does not allow. You can't. That one, someone can even petition him. You see, the law is very clear. Yeah.
And so when somebody is a life member of a party, how do we determine and how do we describe life memberships? Because many of these people were life members of KANU at some point.
Yes,
so
exactly.
When did the life end?
You know, life member is life member is in terms of subscription. You know, parties you need to you pay yearly. For you to be a member, you keep renewing membership. But for life member,
yes,
I go and pay 100,000. So I have no other annual subscriptions. That's why it comes
for life.
For life membership. So it's not that you belong there forever.
So how do I rescind this membership?
You just write a letter and resign.
That's it.
That's it.
So we take the view that all these people who are life members of KANU wrote letters and resigned from KANU.
Yeah, they resign. The moment you move from KANU and join another party, you know, all parties, their party membership register is with the register of political parties. You remember, you have that particular office there. And, you know, what the most parties don't do is to maybe register members. You know, you can have a party like DCP. You want to tell them that they have recruited members. But when you go to a registered political parties, you find that they have members there. People just go and take a register somewhere, they pick, they even pick IBC register, download it from their region, then they submit the list because, which is illegal, but it's still happening. But, but the thing is, for you to be in a particular party and even vie,
yes,
IBC must confirm that indeed you are a member. They normally go to the website, or the political party's website, and check you belong to each party.
Yes.
So first thing you do as a candidate to ensure that you have really moved from the previous party where you are. You are now either independent or in this UDA or ODM.
Okay.
For instance, myself, before I was clear to vie as an independent candidate, I was a member of the ODM party.
So you withdrew your membership?
I resigned. I went, submitted to the ODM head office, my resignation. They received my resignation letter. I took that copy to the registered political party that I have forwarded my resignation to ODM as a member. So please remove my name from members of ODM party in your register. And it was done. So I was partyless. That's when I was cleared with the certificate to go and vie.
Okay. We are going to take a short break, but when we return, of course, we'll be looking at some of the issues that have been on our front pages. Lot of politics from here, which we shall be discussing. And also, tuliambiwa na Philip Etales, yeye ndio head of communication ODM, that the president is still member 001 of ODM.
No.
And I wouldn't be shocked. And you know, in this country, bana, you never say never. Usishtuke kuona baba amesema Ruto tosha na amevaa kofia ya orange. Usishtuke.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
And my senior citizen here will confirm this. Let me give an analogy that maybe not offend many Kenyans, but when you as a man you marry,
yes,
then you even go through court process and divorce with your wife, but you had children, 2. The entire public, when they see you, they say, "Ule alikuanga bibi ya fulani." You know that tag will still remain there. Ule alikuanga bwana ya fulani. It will never go away.
Right.
But the reality is, you have a divorce certificate. You are living independent lives. Am I lying?
You are not lying.
Yeah, that's life. So he was an ODM member. The fact we still remember that he was among the founders of ODM.
Yes.
But the reality is,
he has moved on.
He has moved on. He's not there.
Let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Elara Health Innovation CEO Dr. Lucas Nyabero is urging parents to make immunization a top priority. Speaking to Radio Generation on Wednesday, Dr. Nyabero, who's also the former head of the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya, described vaccines as one of the greatest public health milestones. He said their impact is often overlooked because they stop diseases before they happen. The medic added that thanks to successful immunization programs, many young Kenyans have never witnessed illnesses like polio.
Why vaccines? How do they work? Because then when you start from that background, then you understand where we're going. So vaccines are probably one of the best discoveries in a few years, in centuries, one of the best public health discoveries. And the biggest problem, and that is actually exactly where the problem comes from, because then they functioned too good, they worked too well, that we don't get to see what they have prevented. For example, if you walk around to the school and ask somebody, who ask the kids now in Kenya, for example, have you ever seen a person who had polio? A lot of them will say no. And many of these other diseases that we've been able to avert because of immunization, vaccines. So it's very hard to sell prevention. When you prevent something from happening, how do we know you did?
Police in Bungoma have arrested a nurse at a private facility over allegations of raping a Form 3 student admitted at the facility. The suspect, 30-year, reportedly acknowledged the incident, whether the facility's management was caught in the act by a colleague who was doing rounds in the wards on Friday night. Family of the victim, however, alleged a plot by the facility to cover up the incident. Bungoma South Police Commander William Letin confirmed the incident.
Mtoto alituambia huyo daktari alimvuruta na akamvua hizo nguo, na mahali walikuwa hakukuwa na watu wengine, lakini the following morning after hicho kitendo kutendeka usiku saa 6 asubuhi walimwambia mtoto wetu ingie bafu aoge. They are trying to conceal the evidence.
Police officers walipopata hii report mara moja wakaenda mpaka hiyo hospitali na wakathibitisha kisa hicho, na pia wakamshika huyo mshukiwa ambaye sasa tuko naye hapa kikorokoroni. Tumefungulia mashtaka na anangoja kupelekwa kotini.
Murang'a Senator Joe Nyutu has raised alarm over recurring incidents of torture and killings of individuals suspected of stealing pineapples from Del Monte's farms in Thika and Murang'a counties. Speaking on the floor of Senate, Senator Nyutu sought a comprehensive statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations to investigate the matter, terming it a grave human rights concern that demands urgent attention. The senator asked the committee to establish the number of reported cases since 2010.
In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the number of reported incidents of torture and killing of individuals found trespassing as suspected of stealing pineapples from Del Monte's farm in Thika and Murang'a counties since 2010. 2, the findings of investigations by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, into each case, including details on the number and security guards that have been found culpable, apprehended and prosecuted.
Youth-led protest demanding better education and healthcare in Morocco escalated into violent clashes with security forces on Tuesday evening. This marks the 4th consecutive day of demonstrations across several cities. The protests were organized online by a loosely formed anonymous youth group calling itself Gen Z 212, using platforms including TikTok, Instagram, and the gaming application Discord. Protests were also witnessed in cities including Tiznit, Inzagan, Ait Amira, and Temara, which is near the capital, Rabat. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? It is the People's Breakfast. Tuko katika kipindi cha Lala Salama. This is the last hour. Thank you to every single one of you who's currently tuned in. Wala natuma salamu zenu. Asante tena sana. Keep on sending them. Shall definitely try and sample them as we go on. Right now, though, we're getting back to the conversation, and in studio we do have Mheshimiwa kutoka kule sehemu za Busia, that is Honorable Geoffrey Mulanya, MP for Nambale Constituency. Mheshimiwa, welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Right. So we were just having that conversation around politics in this country, and I was asking you, is it possible that perhaps we shall see the president running on a different ticket come 2027? Of course, umesema hiyo ni kidogo, it's a stretch. Yeah, but I guess we shall see when the time comes.
Yeah, he may run for a different ticket, but it will be a coalition ticket.
Yes.
Yeah. Coalition ticket.
So it might be a different ticket, just not what we expect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So there's something I just noticed from the papers here, still on matters of our president and governance. Uhuru's U-turn signals broken pledges with President Ruto. This is in the Standard newspaper, page 15. And what they're saying is that just weeks after retired President Uhuru Kenyatta was all smiles at State House, laughing with President Ruto. Now Uhuru has accused the government of gutting flagship programs like Linda Mama. Tuliona wakati fulani president na former president wamepatana mali wakicheka. He even offered some experts also into the government, but now it looks like what they're saying on different podiums, it's like ile ubeste meishama kukuwa na ubeste to begin with.
I don't think kulikuwa na ubeste. We have never had Uhuru pronunciation in support of the president.
Okay.
All along. Even when the president hired people from Uhuru's former party, Jubilee, I don't think that there was any coalition that Jubilee, that the Uhuru's, you have two Jubilees.
Yes.
The renegade one and the other Jubilee that is maybe under control of the president.
All right.
We have never had a true position that Jubilee is part of the broad-based government. So these members who were co-opted into cabinet, I strongly believe it came independently. And the president got the highest number of votes from the central region.
Yes.
So he needed to replace members there whom maybe he felt were not delivering services, and also trying to strengthen his support base on the ground. So he went to seasoned politician. He thought that maybe by me bringing Mutahi Kagwe, the Nyeri people will feel now that they are back in
government.
By me bringing Kabogo, who was a former governor in Kiambu, Kiambu people will feel that I'm with they are still part of this government.
Yes.
By me bringing Lee Kinyanjui, who was a former governor in Nakuru, the Nakuru, the vote base will know that they're with that, but not that Uhuru made any declaration.
Yes.
That the way Raila did, that is bringing any expert.
He was injecting human resource into the system.
Exactly.
But Mheshimiwa, this one's happened immediately after the president and the former president met.
Yeah, when they met, but it was very private, so we don't know what they discussed. Even when they met at State House, it was I think it was an official function. It was, I think they were signing something about the report about the DR Congo, which the president had chaired the task force.
Yeah.
And maybe there was something there, I can't remember properly, but it was an official function. So and when they meet,
of course, the other things other than the main agenda they will talk about.
When they meet and you see them laughing, it's not that they're laughing about politics. Maybe they're laughing about private life. Yeah, these are people who work together. There was a president and deputy president, and now there's a sitting and a former president. So maybe someone will say, bwana kunaendaje? Ulikuwa unacheka unafikiri kiti na rais ni moto. Si hata unapitia. So you'll start laughing.
Okay.
Because leadership is a challenge.
Yeah. But still on that particular issue, we have seen we have seen the president, that is our President Ruto, very much trying to bring the country together through all these people that you're talking about, the CSAs. And is it working in his favor though? Because, for example, in the mountain, because he has taken, you say, from Nakuru, he has taken Lee, from Kiambu, he has taken Kabogo, and from all these other places, he has taken. Is his strategy working?
It is working. It is working, and the reason why I say it's working. The issue of finance bill, the reason why finance bill people knew about it,
yes,
it's because the members of ODM really resisted it on the floor of the house. They feel like they're in opposition, we have been ignored, you're not getting anything, these taxes are too much. They made a lot of noise. But now that this is broad-based, this year, even you didn't know that there was another finance bill.
I knew, but I get your point.
Exactly. So things have really calmed down.
Right.
Yeah. The pressures, even the regions where you come from. Yeah. Things have calmed down.
Specifically from the mountain? Considering
The mountain,
what we are seeing in the name of Rigiji.
The mountain, there's a problem whereby we know we had a deputy president who was now impeached, and now this tag of one of our own was removed from this plum position is one that is affecting them. Then they feel that it was not proper to impeach the deputy president.
Right.
So that's the reason why the resistance will continue being there.
So are you saying that vote for the mountain asahau atafute kwingine?
No, you cannot say that. You know, politics, time, we still have a lot of time. You know, we are voting 2027.
Yes, we are.
We'll know how things stand by next year, December. 2026 December. We'll be on home stretch. Yes. That's when you know the regions where how the voting patterns will now be shaping up. But right now
ni mapema
ni kelele tu hivi na hapa na pale, lakini kujua hapa yuko hivi it's not easy. Bado hata siasa haijashika. Hata ukiangalia hata hawa wanakimbia.
Lakini mheshimiwa, ground ni moto saa hizi.
Ya mdomo tu, lakini
what do you mean ground ni moto?
Ground ni moto in this way. Yes, ground ni moto in this way. The fact that people have already aligned themselves. Now the people, when I say the people, I mean the voters. They know, for example, this is where they stand as far as the politics of the day are concerned. For instance, we know kuna wale watu wako one term 100% and they are saying that nothing will convince them no matter what. There are people who are not for the broad-based government no matter what. Yes, and there are folks who are still saying that, you know what, especially the Gen Z vote, from what we have been seeing and reading online and from what the interactions that we are having with them they know for a fact that there's one person they do not want. So when we look at those particular stats, we're saying that that's why I'm saying the ground is hot.
It's still not hot. Let me tell you.
It's not hot enough.
It's not hot enough.
Ama tu ni hot
on
malimiko.
social media na hapa kidogo na story.
Maybe it's just hot where I am.
Siasa, the way things are, until opposition shapes up and saying they also come up with their candidate. Sahi, we only have one team that is known.
Yes.
The William Ruto team. You know, politics is about two teams. Now the other team, we even don't know their first 11. We don't know. So we know there's a team that will come to play with this team.
We just not.
Sasa, how do you even say nataka kwenda ground uanze kwenda kuwatch ball na ile team nyingine bado haiko?
Are you playing with?
You are playing with who? As if I may ask you are playing with who? So Ruto, we know that Ruto will defend his seat. But now who will challenge Ruto? Do we know the person? That's when politics start shaping up. Am I lying, Muga? That's why when politics start shaping up.
Yes. The vote, the youth vote that is untested, do you think they'll play a significant role in deciding who will be the next president?
In urban areas.
Really?
Only. Yes. I've been politics and I know. In urban areas, yes, but not in rural areas. You know, in a proper family setup, Muga will tell you, when Muga calls his sons and daughters and tells them, tomorrow we are voting for Mulanya, they'll abide and say, hey, mzee alisema. Yeah. People are whipped, and that's the family, even whipping is about parties, even at family level.
Yes.
In families where we don't have proper leadership is where now you find the youth is voting for this one, the father is voting for this one, the mother is voting for this one. But in most cases, most ideal case,
yes,
families are the way we go around looking for votes.
Lakini mheshimiwa, we had like in the most recent maandamanos tulikuwa na maandamano yakifanyika in 31 counties, yet we can't say that all those were urban.
You know, even urban centers, they're still urban. Urban doesn't mean Nairobi. Yes. Even when you go to Nambale constituency,
yes,
the urban part is Nambale town. But the larger part is rural.
Is rural.
So when you go to rural setup, they even don't know those things.
They are not aligned.
is the family. Voting is about family.
Kwa sababu pia watoto wenye tunaita youth sasa, Gen Z rather, they say that they will go and even take their parents' IDs and hide them.
Those one, the one saying kwa social media mtandao ni
sababu
wachache.
wanajua wanajua mheshimiwa atavotia fulani.
Na ni story ya mtandao. The reality, mtoto kushika ile familia ambao haina mwelekeo. Lakini wewe familia iko na mwelekeo na discipline. Ushike kitambulisha baba yako kama wewe umevuta bangi.
Mheshimiwa ukisema familia ukisema familia haina discipline. So are you saying that these independent minds do not have discipline?
Yeah, that's lack of discipline. The way you are brought up and even schooled. You go to church, another thing. The family unit, the leadership is the parent. Father and mother. Respect them. You look at the 10 commandments. So those are things that zimeingia kwa akili yako mpaka hata lakini kama wewe ni mtu tu ambao uko hapo dunia hii ujui live, you do those things you are talking about.
But think of the dynamics that he's speaking of.
Right.
If you simply look at our political culture and the way we practice our politics, beginning with understanding who a political leader is, we call them a party leader, and then we look at the support base. The support base is tribal, and then the neighbors around that particular community. Okay, so you could say support base is regional.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now the reason why this is possible is because we still have a very patriarchal community. A father's word or a father's position is still respected.
Exactly.
If the father says that this is the direction we're taking, if to understand it, you need to look at the political formations and the campaignings in rural areas.
Rural areas, yes.
The people who are mobilizers are people who are acknowledged to be leaders within the community.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
And they're people who are listened to.
Yes.
So there are communities where it is more pronounced. Like say for instance within the Kenyan Somali group where they say elders. But it's the same principle.
It's the same, actually, it's the same principle.
Yes.
You go and meet clan elders that don't make a decision.
Yeah.
You give them whatever you have.
Because even
make a decision.
Yes. Because even I've been to Isili several times, and I can tell you for a fact, the young folk there, they tend to align with what the elders usually say. Now there is Eric Farmfresh here. He's saying this MP is lying. I do not know which rural he is talking about. In my rural home, our parents are tired. Let him speak let him just speak. The ballot itasema.
But why don't we speak for him? Maybe his parents are tired.
Exactly.
Okay? You cannot speak for an entire rural area.
Yes.
The way he's trying to say. For this very same reason. If you look at country and our demographics, we still have the vast majority of our people being where? In the rural areas. Okay? When you hear me saying that we're all villagers, it's precisely that. The values we have as Kenyans, those values are grown in the rural areas. We get them through our parents who grew up in the rural areas. So we may be in town, but our values are those values of those what?
Yes.
Rural areas. The values we have in town run interference with that value. But when push comes to shove, look at how we vote.
But lakini,
let me ask you a question again,
Yes.
just to expound what he has said. Let's take example of the party leaders right now.
Yes.
Those ones were there. Let's take Kalonzo Musyoka for example. He predominantly controls the Kamba vote, the Ukambani region, and that's why he has quite a huge number of elected leaders, both members of parliament, governors, and senator, and even MCs.
Women rep, yeah.
But now we meet a young Kamba person in Nairobi here. He may even don't know what Kalonzo does. He may even tell you he doesn't even support Kalonzo.
Yes.
But where does Kalonzo draw his support? In the rural areas, through families. These people growing up, they don't know why they should support Kalonzo. But they are told by their parent, this is our leader. So you just find Kalonzo, because there's nothing Kalonzo has done to the people of Kambani.
Yeah.
Hata choo hajajengea watu. Lakini umeambiwa ni mti yetu. Yeah? Same thing to the Luo Nyanza. These people are told Raila is our person. You go to coast, Raila has control coast. But you see, you find a young Australian doesn't know what Raila does. But you know, they even doesn't know history. But anasema huyu ndiye alikuwa mtetezi wetu na amekuwa hapa ametushika mkono. Ndio mtu wetu. So you just follow in the footstep of what you found your parents doing and your older brother and as a family, then you also do it.
Then there's a comment here from Tech Guy. Tech Guy anasema Mulanya seems to be forgetting that even Western Kenya, where he comes from, is not politically homogeneous.
But how has he forgotten that?
No, he's alluding to the statements that he's been making here about the rural and the values that we were talking about. I'm assuming that's what Tech Guy is talking about, because he's saying in the rural areas there's a way we align, because when our elders say this, that is what we do.
Is that gentleman saying that is not the case?
He's saying, let me repeat what Tech Guy has said. Mulanya seems to be forgetting that even Western Kenya, where he comes from, is not politically homogeneous.
That is true. But the reference he has made actually so far is Busia County, not the whole of Western.
Not the entire world.
He actually said Busia County is predominantly ODM. That's what he said. Yes. So he has not in any way stated that the entire Western is homogeneous. No. And we all know it isn't.
Yeah.
Bungoma is in Western.
Yes.
Near Fort Kenya. Kakamega is a mixed bundle. Okay?
No, Kakamega was 80% of DM. Kakamega, in fact, out of there are 13 members of parliament. They have 10. Is it 9 on ODM? Yeah. And plus governor and women rep.
Right. So this, coming back to the issue of values, is it not possible, or is it possible that the youth can actually align themselves according to the values they are teaching themselves through the connection that they have created on social media, for instance, because a lot of their communication right now is on those platforms. So if there's these hashtags that they're perpetuating, and they say, yes,
I agree with you. And I've said, please, I qualified my statement that the youth living in urban areas, like the youth living in Nairobi, they'll have independent decision. They'll make decision like that ones. But the youth who remain and work and are still old their parents, they even travel to go and vote in the rural areas.
Right.
They tend to go with the family. That's the truth.
Paul, the reason why I keep saying that this particular demographic is untested,
yes,
is because everything you say has been said, and we see the conversations on social media and elsewhere. But put to the test,
yes,
the test of 2022, we are told 8 million people did not vote. Is that not so?
True story.
A good portion of people didn't vote came from the central Kenya. The vast majority of these people who didn't vote are young. So that was just one. We are now going into a general election where, as they say, they are more woke. That's the term you use, isn't it? They are more aware of what they need to do. When we see the results, then I'll be able to say that, yes, Paul, that point you're making is a valid one. As of now,
still not valid. Yeah?
That point has not been proven yet.
Yes, sir.
We had Sabasaba maandamanos.
Yes, we did.
In this country.
Right.
And in fact, they were more violent. But look at the pattern. In Kisumu,
nothing.
That is the epicenter of demonstrations and violent maandamano. Did you see anything? You want to tell them that there were no youth in Kisumu? You want to tell them that there were no youth in Mombasa? You want to tell them there are no youth in Busia, where we come from? And you know, just because, but previously,
someone would argue it's because
before broad-based, even these towns were epicenters of confrontation.
Because of broad-based gas.
Exactly. And now
their leaders, their kingpins of Meshiba.
Sasa, that's what I'm telling you. These youths are not even members of ODM.
Yeah.
It's their parents who are members. Muga, am I lying?
My friend, you know, there are certain realities that one may not want to face. The youth have made their presence known. But
yes.
And sometimes there's a thinking, let me repeat so that it's understood. Sometimes there is a thinking that what we are seeing, it is the first time we're seeing it in this country.
Exactly.
It is not. It is not. If you look at very many leaders, beyond those Kapenguria 6, very many people who are PSs and who are in government were young.
Yes.
30, 29, 35. They were young, and they were ministers and PSs, young. When you look at the time that people like Akina Georgia Nyona, what they call the bearded sisters, all those fellows were they were not even 40.
They were called bearded sisters.
Yes, they were called bearded
7
sisters.
bearded sisters.
Yes.
Okay.
At that point when they were being called bearded sisters, they were not 40 yet. Young people the world over have always been the group who have the energy, who have the drive, and who are idealistic enough to want to push for change. Old people philosophically may understand it, but that energy and the drive that you speak of, they actually do not have.
True.
Okay? And time has also jaded them. That's why I'm saying they tend to be more philosophical about issues. But the young want change, and they want it now, and they want it today. So what we're seeing now is correct. It is what a formation such as the one we call Gen Z and Gen Zote, who are around that particular age group, their awareness of what is happening in the country, which some of us who are older have been seeing for a long time, so we don't see it as a big thing. They are seeing it as a big thing, and they are not going to put up with it. You see, it is correct for their age, and that is what they do. But what has been found scientifically researched is that when this particular age group align themselves with those who've gone through these processes, then they bring about a lot of change. Because these fellows know that road very well. They even know where the bumps are.
We have Juliet Akai, our able MP, Wakili Mulanya, 6 terms. Are you ready for 6 terms? Then we have Sonnet. Anasema, not really true. The tide has changed. The youth may flip the vote just like it happened for Obama. Don't underestimate them.
No, it's not underestimating. They may very well flip the vote. In fact, they are the change agent that we need.
True.
But whether they live up to the tag is what I'm saying.
Oh, yes.
We don't know.
We don't know about it.
Yes, they have the power to bring change. Absolutely correct. But whether they'll bring that change, and that will, look, we've had this discussion this week.
Yes.
When we had the Mandamanos a couple of months ago, the very people who were clobbering the young people in the streets were young people. Were they not? And I've said this, so let me repeat it. Every political party in this country has a youth wing. Every. They will join the Mandamano because they are young, but they belong to political parties. So it's not as though they are now thinking of political parties. They already exist within political parties. So they are also not a homogeneous group. They may be homogeneous in thought, but let me ask the question we've been asking in this conversation: are they going to go against the leaning of the parties they belong to? Because they do belong to parties.
They belong, yes.
Right. Then we have tungoje tuone. This is now Hendrik Farmfresh anasema tungoje we see ODM watapata how many MPs who will come in. I think he's talking about 2027. CT, these youths sio wale wa kitambo. This is now
there's
Hendrik.
no difference. Let me just repeat to that fine gentleman so that he knows there's no difference. The youth are the youth. The youth of every generation will always find fault with the way their parents did things, and they'll want to change. There's no change. It's just that we live in the information age, and because of that, we proliferate information a lot more easily. A lot of things that happen, we know more easily. But in terms of the desire for change and the push for it, nope, it's not new at all. It's not.
Yeah.
Fruits don't fall away from the tree.
Right. So tungoje tuone 2027
Yes,
tuone.
ngoja tuone hapo.
Hata tusifike 2027, bro. I'm not even waiting to. I want to see how many are going to register.
Yes.
First of all,
As
start
voters.
there. Yes. Let's start there. I want to see how many are going to register. When the numbers grow and I can see it's a phenomenal number, then I will be the first to say this group are serious about change. And then I'll say, but we need to see them vote first.
And even from where we sit, politicians were the litmus tests. When you see our colleagues from where they are, still people clinging on the predominant parties in their region, then the Gen Z thing is not that is a big threat as you're saying. But a politician, the moment you see that my region has changed, they flip very fast and forget even the loyalty thing, and they will go with the voter. You saw when we the impeachment for the deputy president.
Yes.
Most of our colleagues from Central Province, and you know, the former DP was not popular with many people, even members of parliament from his own area. They signed the petition to impeach him, but when they went back to the ground and found that, hey, these people, they wrote letters saying, "I'm withdrawing my signature. I'm doing you," and you saw these things.
But let me ask. This is something I need to ask. Why? Because I've heard it said before by your esteemed members of parliament like you.
Yes.
What is it about the former deputy president made him unpopular among members of parliament? What is it? What did he do wrong?
He was just a difficult person to even interact with, and even, like members from his region, he was trying to be a kingpin within given government. When you are from Central, you go and see the president, he calls you and says, "How did you find yourself there without my clearance? Why did you bypass me?" Those kind of things. So you say, "Hey, now, I'm a member of UDA. You're also a member of UDA. So I've gone to see my president to have a discussion. Why should I pass through you?" Those kind of things.
He has positioned himself as a toll booth.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Gatekeeper.
That you are from Central. He must clear you to go.
Lazima unione diwedo kone.
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
Those kind of things.
The role of no, wait, there's a comment here I was looking for. This is now Davis Usenge anasema, "I agree partly with this statement. However, thanks to devolution, these urban areas, na meweka in quotes, the Mali ni urban."
You know, Paul.
Yes.
Sometimes we conflate issues. The youth bulge,
yes,
in reality, presents something that we've never seen. We've never in the history of this country had this number of people fall within the youth bracket. We've never had it. Okay? We've also never had them as educated as they are.
Okay.
We've never, just like we've never had a parliament as educated as this particular parliament that we have. There are very many firsts. But what that tells you is that the potential for a change that nobody had anticipated exists. It's actually before us. We're seeing it. Now, the question is, will that change come about? Because change doesn't come about by rhetoric. Change comes about by commitment. Something which you determine to do, and you have a follow through, and you stick with it.
Yes.
Okay? And I'm raising this question. Do the Gen Zs convince you that they're the sort of people who are committed to doing something and following it through, and deliberately and in the most disciplined way continuing with that thought process?
Because now we are using that Gen Z as,
it's a generic term for young people,
exactly,
as far as I'm concerned.
Didn't the youth do something in Bangladesh? Didn't the youth do something in Nepal? And we're talking about things that have happened this year, I think, for Bangladesh. Yeah, I think so. See, they made their prime minister toke mbio. Nepal, same thing. Jamal toka mbio. And these are things that have happened within at the very least the last 12 months. So if we're asking if the youth can actually do something actionable, I think they can. Yes. Isn't the same group, they might not have been Gen Zs, that the ones who started that Arab Spring, because I didn't see any grandfather starting the Arab Spring. So if we are asking if the young people of any country, including Kenya, if they can do something, I believe they can, Mheshimiwa.
You're saying that if you look at our political ecosystem,
yes,
that it is similar to the countries that you have mentioned.
Come again, please.
Our political ecosystem, is it the same as the countries you mentioned? Bangladesh, Nepal, is it the same?
Not necessarily, but the problems and the issues raised in all those places are the same.
Let me explain something. The potential for that sort of change exists. I am simply raising the question, will it come about?
Good question. And perhaps I would answer and say they tried the revolution way, the streets way, the chanting way, and it didn't work for them.
But
perhaps now they have shifted.
Paul, where was the revolution? Where was the revolution?
when I say revolution, I mean they tried going to Parliament. They actually got to Parliament. No, what they wanted to do, they wanted to, in my opinion, they wanted to forcibly make things happen. And by force, I mean they used force because they went
to occupy Parliament as a statement.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question, a genuine one. And viewers will forgive me about for this. You as Paul Mbuvi,
right?
Can you walk to Kibera and get elected as a member of Parliament in Kibera?
People in Kibera don't even know
why.
Me.
No, even if you live there, because we just your name Paul Mbuvi.
No, of course not.
Why?
The name is not enough.
Why? No, if you live there,
they know you.
They know you. But you are called Paul Mbuvi. You come from Eastern region.
Or the problem is the last name.
Yes.
Okay.
People live in clusters in this country, even here. In Nairobi here.
Right.
Nairobi is segmented into clusters. There are these people from this region, they cluster themselves in this corner. So when the election comes, they say, we want our own. We are Luos, we must elect a Luo here because we are the majority. We are Kikuyus, we must elect a Kikuyu here because we are the majority. All these constituencies, look at them.
And the vast majority of people who vote there are young.
Yes.
Not old.
That's what the problem is. So you cannot compare us with Bangladesh the way yes.
Nepal.
It becomes difficult. It becomes difficult.
You see, let me repeat. That cataclysmic change is upon us. All the ingredients you require exist. But then let's come back to a reality. This is Kenya. We have that youth bulge. There are people who are agitating for change. How do you galvanize the youth to understand what needs to be done to get the change that they feel they want? Because we talk of unemployment.
Right.
We have county government with some of the most clueless people on this continent. You have a lot of money, but there is very little you do to actually, one, increase your own source revenue.
Yeah.
Because when you increase own source revenue, it means you are encouraging businesses and the country is growing economically.
Exactly.
Right.
When a country grows economically, employment stops being the big issue it is. They instead do the pedantic, thoughtless process of just looking for people to employ within the county.
Exactly.
How exactly do you help? So then, the counties become an employment bureau.
Right.
Okay? The county is a government. Beyond looking into the welfare of their people, they are supposed to grow business. They are supposed to grow own source revenue. The idea is, as a semi-autonomous unit, they should actually be able to run their own affairs with their own money.
Even the existing own source revenue, they kill them. They destroy them.
So, the unemployment problem does not begin in Nairobi. It begins in our counties. People are unemployed there.
Down there.
And that's why many of them come to town, because they think there'll be more opportunities here.
Yeah.
Now, if we are talking about bringing about change, forget the national level, because people think national, get rid of Ruto, do all this thing. The people whom you have elected at your local level, let's start with MCAs. They tend to be our relatives anyway. Because it's just within the vicinity where I come from.
Yes.
Do we hold this person to account so that they can put pressure in the assembly on the governor?
Actually, someone has spoken about accountability here. Amesema the difference between citizens in the developed world and ourselves here in Kenya is that they have learned to hold the right people in leadership to account.
Exactly. That's why. In fact, that's now where we should be.
You see, that is my point, and the point I keep harping over it, because it is it. If you don't understand that the way you get things done is to hold people to account, okay? Then it doesn't matter how much noise you make, it doesn't matter how many you are. It doesn't matter even if you remove the person in power, the next person who comes into power, you will have the same problem.
That was Mohammed Murunga. Then we, sorry, then someone is saying here, this is Milimu Vincent. Honorable Mulanya should vie for Busia governor and remove that inept, visionless veterinarian. Sawa. So there's here. There's a very good question here. Aki imeenda wapi? It's about Gen Zs, eh? The Star Kenya, I found it. Star Kenya amesema Gen Z is generic, yes, but they have specific characteristics unique to their age group and their times. In Kenya, our Gen Z are collective, na meka hiyo in capital letters, collectively vocal, not just one here and there like past generations. Star is going back to what you said, that in every generation kumekuwa na young people. So Star anasema in this generation si kama za kitambo.
It's right, because we're in the information age, something that the other ages didn't have. You can communicate with everybody at the same time, something that could not be done before. That's why people had to go for rallies, because you had to meet and gather in a place. Now you can meet virtually.
Yes.
And have a conversation virtually. That was never possible before. So he is right to that extent. My point is this. These many advantages that we keep pointing out and we keep speaking of, how do you harness it so that you know you've begun the journey of getting what you want? And you see, what the Gen Z want should reflect on what every citizen of this country wants.
Okay.
You want a better life. You want to make sure the health facilities work. You want to make sure the education system works. You want to make sure that you can feel secure in your own country. Like I was being told by my Uber driver, how the city of Nairobi now, there are young men who are thugs holding people with knives and knifing people. Yes. That is the problem that one found in Mombasa and was brought to an. There were gangs who'd go around just knifing people. These
At
ones.
CBD, not
yes.
even just estates.
Yes.
CBD.
So now, remember we asked this question.
Yes.
During the Mandamano when thugs were released. Let me say, and I asked a question: do these people know what they're unleashing? Do they understand what they're setting in motion? You are giving licensure to thugs. You've removed them out of the cages. What makes you think they're going to walk back into the cages again? And if you look, you're traveling on the road.
Yeah.
Don't you see how very tired the police are? It's like half the time they're not even concerned about the traffic. They're there, yes, true, but they're not really concerned. It's like their minds are elsewhere. These are things that we must take note of, because in a big city like this, we set the example and the tone for what happens in other parts of the country. It's a simple reality.
Right.
Now, if I'm giving an example and I'm looking at the larger picture, when we talk about change and we talk about the change that we need, do the Gen Zs have a blueprint of what it is this change should look like?
Someone might have an answer to that one. And this is what they have said. And hey, I hope it's this one. Anyway, amesema, this is Juliet Akai again, saying, don't underrate Gen Z or just youths, because they now understand that politics affects all of us regardless. Back then they thought politics was just meant for our parents. So I guess in very many words, how I translate that is that perhaps they have an idea of the change that they want, and perhaps now they are getting to understand how they will get that change, and perhaps it's through the ballot.
She makes a very interesting point. She does. From what I understand, she's saying the Gen Z have now taken an interest in politics.
Exactly. Which they never used to do.
Yes, that is what I understand. And if that is indeed the case, then it is a good thing.
Yes.
So mheshimiwa, tukichukua tu hiyo peke yake, isn't it then possible if they've taken an interest now in their politics, and we're talking about this generation, forget about your generation and that one of CT and the ones before him, is it not possible?
Before me are mostly dead, but
yeah.
Yes.
But the reason I'm saying this is because they were also young at one point. They were in their 20s.
Is young at
exactly. So tukichukua hiyo as an example, maybe these youths are going to be different.
Not 2027, maybe 2032. It's work in progress. No, yeah, as I say, because you see, we know they must be joined by more younger generations again in future, so that so, but because we still have the other generations, the older generation that they still do things the way they used to do them kitambo. But now things keep changing, as she says. The young ones,
yes,
their numbers alone are not enough to change the tide.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are politicians who've decided to go directly and just address the youth. Perhaps they have ignored, and I could be wrong on this one.
Youth, you can't ignore youth right now. You must engage them, talk to them, and also make them understand.
I'm talking about former CJ David Maraga. he has said that his campaign is going to be focused on the youth, and even where he's getting his funding.
You know, Maraga, I tend to disagree with Maraga. And in fact, I normally say I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm in the legal profession. Sometimes I feel sorry that we have two former chief justice on the street. You know, a former chief justice, you hold a position like a former president. But now, whatever he's doing, you know, the right thing. Let him be organizing youths in town halls. Talk to them. Not to go to demonstrate on streets. Does it have time to tell them what is in his mind?
Perhaps he's...
whatever he's doing is just level of activism.
Yes,
and he wants cheap publicity.
No, yes, it is, but that's called getting street creds.
Yes.
I'm identifying with you. It has a place.
Yes.
Look.
Yes.
There are people who, when they're looking for votes, will go to a changa den and sit with the people.
I agree.
Sinikweli. You'll go to the market and drink porridge with the people.
But you must balance. Even if you go to changa den, you must also go to church. So that you get it.
Actually, the CJ goes to church a lot.
Not to church alone. I'm not saying that he doesn't go to church. But, you know, he's looking for the Gen Z vote. But the other side of the coin.
But Mheshimiwa, I thought it is the Gen Z who have decided that, or some, because every time I read about these conversations about support, two people seem to have caught the attention of our younger citizens. The former Chief Justice and Omtata. Okay? They from what I've heard, I don't know which one of them is more popular among them. But
let me tell you, put it in context now, in a political context, that they were going to vote. You know, on social media, people just come and make comment, other things. But now, put it to test properly, that now we have elections. You'll find even half of them will not even vote for them. Half of the same youth.
I tend to agree with you.
Yes.
I tend to agree with you. And the reason why I tend to agree with you is because the actual process of voting and agitating for certain things are not necessarily the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Okay? Our voting patterns have very little to do with the things we say in public.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, who are the people who influence me the most?
You as a CT.
Yes. I mean, the question I'm asking is for all of us to reflect who influences me the most. Okay? There are people we associate with because we now live in this town. But are they necessarily the people who influence you the most?
No.
We have a very strong attachment to our roots.
Exactly.
And that's why we always want to find out what's happening there.
Yes.
And people call you and they tell you. So when you think about change, all that, because we live in this multiplicity of ecosystems. There's a persona we have when we're in town here. There's a persona when we're doing our jobs, the various jobs we do. There's a persona we have if you're a church-going person, we're in church. There's a persona when you visit your in-laws if you're married.
For sure.
There are all these things. There's a persona I have when I'm with my classmates, the fellows I was with since Form 1. Now, all these things represent us.
Yes.
But which one influences us the most? Because what influences you the most is what determines how you vote, really.
And, you know, he has brought up a very good point about the influence from our roots. And it's not just in the village alone. I said something here, maybe I don't know if you got it properly.
Okay.
Look at Nairobi, the most cosmopolitan, is the capital city. But go back to the constituency in Nairobi. The voting pattern in Nairobi city county.
Yes.
Is predominantly
tribal.
If you find that there's a member of parliament for let's say Githurai area, that is called what?
Githurai 44?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the constituency.
It is
for Kamande Mwafrika, my friend.
Anyway, go on. Yes. I mean,
you go there. If you're not a Kikuyu, and then even if you do everything, you build schools for them, and then tell me if you will win election there.
Yeah.
I told you go to Kibra, and you're Philip Mbuvi.
Yes.
Do everything to them, and then come elections, and they say, "I want elections here." We see if they elect you. Go to the Ukambani dominated area. That is
Mulolongo.
Not Mulolongo. That's Machakos. Here in the city. This is Kwaruben, Embakasi South. Go there and say you're Geoffrey Kesa Mulanya. And say, now I've done everything here, I want you to elect me.
Hiyo kura utaipata.
Utaionea kwa visasi. Those are things we're talking about. But let's not just talk about rule. Let's talk about our roots.
Yes.
Even if you live in Nairobi, you will still go back to your roots when it comes to elections.
Okay.
That's how sad it is. Muga, am I lying?
Actually, this is the point. There are leaders who traverse that particular divide that we're speaking of.
Yes.
Even in town. And it's where it's possible.
Yes.
And there are leaders who will even traverse, like when you hear that there was a Kenyan of Asian origin elected in Meru.
Yes.
Or you hear Shakil Shabir elected in Kisumu.
Right.
Or Junet elected in Migori. It's an anomaly, okay? But you will find that the circumstances that got that person elected are actually interesting and unique. The first one, which nobody talks about, is that the locals are so many who vie for that seat.
Yes.
They divide the votes.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, because they feel if this person is standing, many people come there. So the little clans vote for them. This guy has a centralized vote and gets a bit from the others. They win. But also some of them have a track record and people figure, you know something? Forget this person. He may be my relative, but this guy has been useful to me. I'm going to elect this person. Those are unique. But those are the elections that tell you that the things we're speaking about are possible. You don't need 10 examples for you to understand that this unique thing can happen. It can.
Yes.
But what I'm asking for about is, on a national scale, where you actually see people feeling that, you know something, we do need to change this thing fundamentally, and it can't just happen in my neck of the woods. It has to happen all over. That mindset, whether Gen Z more or less say, look, this wave is going to be ours, and this is what we want, and this is how we're going to go about it. And we're going to set the example of living by the law. So we are actually going to vote people we do not want out, number one. Two, we are not going to be taking money because that already influences us. And we're going to ensure that these things don't happen. I am giving examples of accountability. When that happens, then any old style politician, look for another job.
Right.
Yeah, because the one you have is gone. Yes.
Sonet anasema Dan, he is throwing shade at Maraga.
Oh no.
Okay. Then we have Festi. Festi is very active by the and this is what Festi is saying. Gen Alphas will turn out more ruthless. Ambia kiongozi afanye vijana kazi, because in future hakutakalika hapa. What CT is complaining of, thugs, is just a sign of what is to come. Okay. All right. Okay. Hi. We are saying that come 2027, this youth vote will. I think I will go with the city aspect.
There'll be a force to reckon. But 2032 things will change. Things will, and even the 2022 elections were not as 207 or 202 elections. Are you getting it?
Okay.
We live in a society where things keep changing, and that's why I'm saying Gen Z have coming up with the new ideas and other things. They are saying we are tribalists. The things you're even talking about that here the voting pattern is tribal. They may change, Muga, in future.
We've already seen that happening.
Yes.
It's just that, you see, our political ecosystem is so muddied with so many things.
Yes.
That you are never really quite sure what is real. People will vote for people who don't belong to their community.
Exactly.
But, you see, how do you get that to happen, first of all? First of all, a low-hanging fruit. Is it possible for the Gen Z to turn their backs on this politics of money? To say...
They will never.
Now, then this change we're talking about, let's just keep talking about it.
And we have new parties. Now we have a new party like DCP. Let's see how they fare on in these coming elections. In other regions apart from Central.
But even in Central, Central, the reason I'm talking about money.
Yes.
The moment you remove the equation of money, or it ceases to be a key factor,
right,
then you look at the candidate.
Exactly.
You're now not voting for his money, you're voting for them.
Exactly.
You're also not voting for their party, you're voting for them. If that is the case, then the parties have to try infinitely harder to try and show themselves or showcase that there are people who will actually bring the desired change. And even their narrative will change. But as it is now, there are certain things that they take for granted.
Exactly.
If you have the money, and the money is not even you campaigning. The money is you getting a party ticket in the region you come from.
Are we going to see any different outcome come the by-elections that we are waiting to hold?
Pardon?
The by-elections that are upcoming. Tutaona tofauti yote in the voting pattern?
I doubt. It will still remain the same thing.
City, kuna jamaa amekununulia chai hapa anaitwa Star Kenya. Amesema, City, have a coffee on me, let a pay bill.
Nimeshukuru sana brother, sana.
Unakuanga na pay bill kwa simu yako?
Pay bill ndio gani?
Mtapata na kando. My take is saying the more things change, the more they remain the same. 2027 will not be any different.
Yeah.
Imagine we shall come back and we shall have this conversation.
2027 we'll go back to the same place.
Tutakuja tuongee historia.
If you look at the demonstrations here 2024.
I think I'm the only one optimistic here in this studio that things will be different.
If you look at the if you look at the
only one who's optimistic.
If you look at the demonstration in 2024 and look at 2025. Then we just went back to the same things.
True.
What you're talking about. Yeah.
But you know something, which even as we close, we didn't actually go back to the same things. From what I observed, the youth understood, began to understand the real politic of Kenya. You start in good faith and you feel we have rights and you demonstrate.
Yes.
Suddenly you're being shot.
Exactly.
You're being shot at. Suddenly people are being disappeared. People are being abducted. Wait a moment.
Yes. What?
So this is my thinking. The very tool that they have at their disposal and which they understand better than the rest of us is what they've used to meet, to congregate, and to propagate their ideas.
True.
So they decided this, showing my head out in the open,
is not helping.
No, that head is going to get shot. So I'd rather I don't do that. So there is a change, a market change, which we would call maturation. The young people are beginning to understand our politics and they're maturing in it. But the steps that need to be taken for us to bring the change that we want, those ones we haven't seen yet.
True.
Mheshimiwa, we've come to the end of the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming through and for sticking with us to the very end. We invite you again, kama kawaida. Let's come back and engage, especially on that issue of the youth. Perhaps because nimeona kuna a lot of comments coming from there.
From the youth.
Yes, and a lot of questions also about your constituency in Nambale. Nimeona you have a lot of your constituents actually listening in. So we shall definitely engage you more on that.
Thank you so much, Philip.
Karibu sana.
I'm available.
Yes.
And thank you so much for giving the opportunity to come and talk to Kenyans on this particular platform.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Till tomorrow, man. It's been Bill. Hasta la vista.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The United Nations Security Council has approved the transformation of the Kenya-led multinational security support mission in Haiti into a more heavily armed and expanded gang suppression force. This new force is backed by a newly established UN support office and the Organization of American States. The resolution passed on Tuesday saw 12 members vote in favor, including Algeria, Denmark, France, Greece, Guyana, Panama, South Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Somalia, and the United Kingdom. The new mission is set for initial period of 12 months, although exact deployment timelines have not yet been disclosed. The MSS mission is scheduled to expire on Thursday, October 2nd. The government has intensified its efforts to address the ongoing drought crisis. This comes after Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku flagged off a major consignment of relief food to Mandera and Turkana counties, two of the regions most severely affected by prolonged dry spell. The dispatch took place